We are live. Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Everybody, welcome. This is All the Stars in the Sky, episode 10. This is the second episode of the Redacted arc. You will learn the name of this arc possibly today. There is a reason that you have not learned the name of this arc. Lincoln knows what it is.
Fear.
You do not. All right, so we were time bubbled last time because of some things that occurred. Lincoln, would you like to give the recap this week?
Okay, so the recap that happened last time with Team 1. We, as a group of 5 in the El Camino, decided to move forward in a convoy to try and clear the path for the RV for us to get out of the radio quiet zone. During our investigation, we found a tipped-over white van with an arrow sticking out. When 4 of us went to go investigate this circumstance, we found that there was actually a symbol carved into the body. And then we were immediately chased by what we soon found out to be hosts for a voice known as the Runner, or Taste the Wind. We eventually got herded into a corner, and Wraith, with quick-witting thinking, if we can call it that, decided to challenge one of the hosts to a race to try and earn favor with Taste the Wind and maybe get some questions answered. Wraith successfully overcame the challenge and won the race against his opponent. We have currently made our way to Taste the Wind's host camp to replenish, get some questions answered, and just recover after the series of events that we have been through.
Have stew.
You do indeed have stew. Okay, thank you. Lincoln, you may take an additional fate point for the recap.
Sure.
You're probably gonna need it.
He's gonna need him.
Hey, come on! Don't do this to me.
All right. So we are starting off in Taste the Wind's camp. You guys are hanging out around this little bonfire. They have passed out food for you. It is very cold. It is snowing very heavily. But you're in a part of the forest where the canopy is very thick. So you're currently protected for the most part from the snow. Plus the fire and all the warm bodies nearby are definitely helping. We left off with Taste the Wind offering you effectively a tit for tat. You get to ask them a question, they get to ask you a question. Nobody has asked a question yet. It is a little bit awkward silence around this bonfire. The older woman is kind of watching all of you. Not in a creepy way, but she does seem almost suspicious. Because of course she would. You kids are out in the middle of nowhere and shouldn't have been able to find this camp so quickly.
Well, I mean, it's not like we really had much of a choice.
So, one other thing that you forgot to mention. Aurelia has been outed as a former SAO follower.
Yes.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yes.
That's
Lillian
also
sits
something
there.
that's
Yeah, Lillian sits there trying to process everything as the last few hours seem like a blur for some reason.
For some weird reason. Okay. So, what are you guys doing? Oh, before we do that, let me go through and have everyone do introductions. We'll start with Storm.
Yeah, when was the first? Oh, yeah, it's because I have it in my name.
It's because you're at the top of the list. We're
I
going
realized that,
alphabetical.
yeah. Okay. So, hi, I am Storm. I play Alex Crow, the resident person who notices a whole lot of things and is kind of keenly sensitive to voices and stuff like that. So, yeah.
What is
I'm
Alex
terrible
doing
at
right
this.
now?
So she is definitely eating some stew. She is not used to how freaking cold it is. So she's like bundled up as much as possible, and she's kind of, studying the primary host for Taste the Wind.
Okay. Alta.
I am Elta. I play Lillian. She is a bit distraught, worried about Link. Lillian is worried about Lincoln. Double L's are hard to say. She doesn't know really what's going on at the moment, but she knows she's willing to kill if it comes to that.
Well,
What's she doing? She just hanging out?
She's just hanging out. And for the
Okay.
record, that was a reference to the I do not know where I am or who I am. All I know is I must kill.
Connor.
Hello, my name is Connor. I also go by Marley. This part I will be playing the role of Lincoln Roosevelt Gates, who is not as exhausted as he was last time, but still a little exhausted and kind of sick of everyone's shit.
Lincoln spent the last session not sleeping.
Yes. Well, he kind of had to wake up because of an emergency, so he wasn't able to fully sleep. And now he has another host in front of him. And now he has more questions that he has to ask to make sure that it gets to the other team.
Mhm.
So, sleep is for the weak, but it's also for the strong eventually when they actually can't fucking sleep and nothing else has to bother them.
What's Lincoln doing?
Probably finishing off what coffee he had and starting to have some stew to try and stay awake. He is probably keeping an eye and watching like the other chosen and hosts of Taste of the Wind and looking over at the main host and just it's like that one kid that catches the basketball camera and just stares and just like this awkward stare and just holds it for a little while before he goes back to what he's doing.
Okay. Next is Radomir.
Hello, I'm Renamir. I play Wraith, the man without a plan, who's currently just stuffing his face and not caring about much else right now.
Good to know.
That's about right.
Short,
Yeah.
sweet, to the point.
Checks out. Checks out.
Suma.
Checks out. Fits the bill.
If we need to, we can just
He's
feed Wraith.
hungry!
Oh
Suma.
my god. Well, I'm Suma and I'm playing Skyla Aurelia.
And what are you doing, Skylar?
Skyla would eat the stew and listen around for the iconic, if she could already hear an iconic sound of a cipher.
Go ahead and roll a notice.
Because Aurelia has to do some findings.
Of course. In the last mini session that Aurelia had, she may or may not have had a chat with somebody, which will be elaborated on at another time.
Oh.
Aurelia, actually, let me have everyone go ahead. Roll me a random. It's time.
It's time.
I
We
should
haven't even
probably-
been 10 minutes into this.
I should probably open the chaos table just in case.
God.
You never know.
It begins.
Oh my god.
I did it!
I have, just to warn everyone, the chaos table is being expanded. The expansion's not done, so we're sitting on the previous one. I have begun keeping tabs on the number of times you dance around a 666. If you get within 10 of it, it counts against you. If you do that 3 times, I roll on the chaos table anyway.
So
So
does it count
it's-
for the individual or for the team?
The team.
It's number of the
Oh.
beast adjacent now.
Yes.
Lovely.
Number of the beast adjacent.
It is kind of interesting though, that idea. I like it.
Hail Satan from afar.
Yeah, no. It's called instead of the Antichrist, it's the Antichrist.
You're so close. You're just missing the team. Okay. Aurelia, go ahead and roll me a notice.
Oh no.
I rolled a 968.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
This is just your luck. You don't hear anything. You are quite hungry though. This stew is pretty good. So as everybody is eating, the old woman finally plops down, grabs herself a bowl of stew and starts eating. There are probably around 30 other hosts here. They're all just sort of doing chores. You see some of them cutting up firewood. Some of them are patrolling and standing guard. Some of them are sitting down and eating. A lot of them are watching you with a lot of curiosity. They haven't really run into a group like you before. I mean, they've run into other groups of people. This is, Earth. But they haven't really run into a lot of kids kind of moving in a convoy, and they definitely haven't run into groups of people who are aware of voices. Or capable of speaking to voices. So they are definitely curious about you.
Lillian is peaked.
Oh.
We're surrounded by hosts for a voice she doesn't fully understand. Voices aren't to be trusted.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they're just kind of sitting there. Cult people untrustworthy. She doesn't say anything. She just is uncomfortable. Wildly uncomfortable.
Another host comes out bringing a batch of freshly baked flatbread and passes that out to go with the stew. Sits down with a couple of other hosts and everyone starts to eat. The older woman kind of looks up at the group of you and points at Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Lincoln's just gonna set his stuff to the side and hunch forward as he just looks at her.
He signs to you. Question.
It is obvious that you have questions. Ask them, one for one.
All right. Before we get into the nitty gritty, let my first question be this then. What do you plan to do with the information once we give it to you?
Use it to survive. I am sure you are aware that I am hunted, as you are, by the same prey that I hunt. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. While Lincoln is having this conversation, he's gonna try mentally pulling up Taste the Wind's page from the compendium. So if there's like a backlog of information that he can use while trying to talk with this person, he would like to use that.
Um, let's see. I'm going to give you an actual compendium score that you're going to roll. It's going to be like a skill, but not. So
Okay.
it's a modified lore roll, effectively.
All
I'm
right.
giving you the aspect compendium writer.
Okay.
The power
Um,
of the compendium.
It will give you a +3 to voices that are in the compendium. However, not all voices are in the compendium. Taste the Wind is fortunately one of the first, and so you do have a little bit of information about it. The information, however, is fairly sparse. Not because you couldn't recall anything, but because apparently All For Me wasn't able to discover much.
Yeah.
You know that Taste the Wind is very flighty. Taste the Wind does not stay still very long. But also Taste the Wind is a tracker. Very rarely moves to violence, except for in certain cases, and is highly territorial.
So, um, it's gonna ask it first. So, he seems to like literally be like moving his finger across his hand like he's pretending to read something, but he's actually seeing it and actually reading it.
Mm-hmm.
He taps something and then he looks back and goes, "So, what I know is that you have a tendency to jump from place to place and you like having your own personal area. So, I guess my question is, why are you digging down here into the RQZ where greed is?"
Necessity. That which I protect has a need to be here. It is rare that I will agree to protect, but I owe a debt.
To the Samaritan?
Yes.
But there are no hosts of the Samaritan here.
There are.
You're protecting a doctor, aren't you?
No. They came ahead while the others made preparations. But yes, I protect her.
Your question?
Hmm. Is this all of your caravan? Or do you have others?
If I tell you this information, what are you going to do with it?
Aid where I can. We must know where he is hunting. If there are others of you, and he is not here, surely you see what I'm getting at.
I know Lincoln has his decision, but he's going to look over to the rest of the brigade to see what they think.
Alex will nod.
Shakes head.
Well, it's boiling down to Aurelia and Wraith.
Aurelia would just look unsure.
When Wraith gets his face out of the bowl, he just nods. This man is licking this bowl. He was hungry.
One of the hosts offers to refill Wraith's bowl.
He takes. He's like, yes.
He becomes Wraith's best friend.
That is 3 to 1 to 1. So Lincoln will look back to the host. If you have a debt to the Samaritan, I'm going to hold you to that. There is another half of our caravan. We went ahead to try and clear the path for them so we can get out of the radio quiet zone.
The hosts start to whisper amongst themselves. The old woman looks concerned. She looks back up at you.
We have seen no others on this trail. They have been waylaid, or they have been accosted.
What have you seen on this trail?
You and others. You are pursued. You are pursued by many. Him, of course, but others as well. The horde. The ones who play castle in their little garden, as they call it.
Readers.
Yes.
How many?
Do we have any messages on our phones?
You have no service whatsoever.
Yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
We're
We should have
more in the
taken-
middle of nowhere than usual.
We should have taken a fucking satellite phone.
Where were you going to find one?
Are you
Yeah,
telling me Redacre?
No, it does not. They want to be cut off.
Mhm.
The previous town we were in might have had one. Damn it.
So I mean, I went and put in a good surround sound to try and keep some people on the outside to try and hunt us down. Given what is collected on your guys' phones.
Their reach has expanded.
That's
Go
not
through
good.
The quiet zone. They are desperate.
We did
You
kind
are
of tick
not
them
the
off.
only children they hunt, but you are the only ones they hunt with zeal. You must have seen something.
We need
Yeah.
to make contacts with the others.
Yeah, that's... Is there... Do you have... How do I word this question?
Hey GM, because I'm not entirely sure. How fucked is our transport?
It's not. You guys are fine.
Okay.
The El Camino's in good shape. They let you drive here, so.
If need be, I'll drive back down the road and make contact.
Lincoln is gonna aggressively sip his soup and put it to the side. We need to find a way to contact our friends.
You are in the dead zone. It is a few miles to be able to receive communications from here. But it can be arranged. Now, my question. What did you see in there that they hunt you so fervently?
It's a loaded question.
And that's an essay question right there.
We're talking about like generations are probably needing therapy and stuff. It was messed up.
Lincoln's not gonna say shit. He's gonna let everyone else explain it. They know it better than him.
You know, typical evil voice stuff, manipulating generations, trying to find a way to force people to believe, or basically become mindless robots for them to put their song in. We
They're
saw
go ahead.
we saw the truth of how far they were capable of taking it, who they would kill, lying about it.
The
Uh,
entire town is more or less a mortal instrument.
See. And what you have witnessed would bring them unwanted attention. Yes.
Basically.
Hmm. I see. You may ask your next question.
Lillian realizes something, but she doesn't say anything.
Can I see something?
She's sitting next to Lincoln, so he'd probably notice.
He's just gonna lean in for her to whisper if she's willing.
One.
The old woman kind of looks around at you.
yeah, talking about what happened in Red Acre kind of leaves, Alex. It brings up a lot of painful memories.
The massive
There you
burly
go,
man who had
Lincoln.
lifted the log for you guys to travel into the camp crouches down next to you, Alex, and hands you a sweet roll and then wanders off.
He's gonna nibble on it and just like nod gratefully.
Lincoln nods to Lillian and then he leans back. That is something that they're gonna have to figure out for themselves. Anyway, his next question will be, what is the debt between you and the Samaritan? What happened between the Samaritan, the gambler, and Greed?
Those are two separate questions, related
Then
but not consistent. Which do you want the answer to first?
gonna flash 1 or 2 to the rest of the team because both are important, but he's gonna get both of them either way.
We know about the whole binding of greed, right?
You know a little bit about it. The Godcast came to you in your dreams, so you know that that happened. You don't know much about what caused it, or what surrounded it, or what happened to Lay on Hands.
One for the debt, one for the 2 for the background.
Lillian puts up a one finger.
Wraith also is going to put up a 1.
Yeah, Alex will put up 1.
Aurelia?
Again, please. I had to answer my mother real quick.
That's okay. They're asking if you guys want to know about what debt owes to Taste, or what Taste the Wind owes to Lay on Hands as a 1, or if you want to know what happened between Lay on Hands, Greed, and Roll the Dice, and that's a 2. So 1 or 2.
A 1.
Okay.
It's unanimous. So he's gonna look back as tell us about the debt.
Following the separation of myself and my siblings, some of us were hunted. What we became was different from what we were, but not all knew that or were willing to understand. What we had done together was terrible. Atrocities, many attributed to us. She spared my life. And so I protect hers.
All right. I guess I'm gonna have to dig into that a little later, but it's your turn for a question.
This question is for you, young skeptic. Are you marked?
Something tells me you already know that answer.
You bear the taint, but not the extent.
Before I continue, GM, how's my shoulder doing?
Roll me a will save.
Hooray!
Pat, 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 pat.
Six.
You're doing okay, actually. There's the faintest tingle when you think about it, but other than that, it's not bothering you at the moment.
And what was the last thing she said? I couldn't properly hear with the voice mod.
She said, "I know that you are tainted. I do not know the extent."
Lincoln's gonna look at the hosts and gonna just hold his hands together as he tries to very plainly explain. Is like, I have a good feeling that I'm marked, but I don't know the extent of it either. I don't even know what is entirely going on other than I have this lexicon of information and this tingling feeling inside of me that something is going to go wrong.
Then you are branded, but not taken. That is good. It can be fought. Your
This
turn.
American can heal him?
Yes. With sufficient hosts and time.
So you know a lot about what Greed and all of y'all were before?
I do. Yes.
What was its end goal? What was it after? What was it able to do before it was stopped?
As I said, atrocities. Death.
Hi-
Torture. The
History is
destruction
filled
of
with
men
those.
and voices alike.
Did it like consume voices to grow stronger?
Really.
Every voice that was a part of your original self had its part to play.
That is correct.
You were the thrill of the hunt. Greed was a desire to hunt. The hunter was for the killing. What was the infection for?
It wasn't. The infection was not a part of us. It is something else. I am the thrill, the tracking. Greed is possession. The one you call the hunter is ambition. He came from her. A sibling whose name has left me.
Ambition, possession, thrill, desire.
Begin to its utmost extreme. Yes.
Inner Teeth is in the compendium, is she?
He is.
I know the relation between her and the infection.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was a dumb question, but not really, because if I recall correctly, we did originally see the Ouroboros on the Earth when we were fighting on the Moon, and then the other symbols came into play.
Mm-hmm. Are you asking this of Taste the Wind, or are you just spitballing?
I'm spitballing out of character.
Okay. Just
Because
making
this is also
sure.
like this is Lincoln's. I'm spending a fate point and I'm using power of deduction.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. You know what? No, I don't think I need to because I'm pretty sure I understand what is going on.
Okay.
There is a deal between the infection and All For Me to have them merge, isn't there?
Are you asking me as the GM? Or are you asking Taste the Wind?
I'm asking you as the GM.
Okay. There is a deal between All For Me and the infection, yes. You're a little off the mark on what the deal is.
I think they're only, if I remember correctly, they're only working together. They don't have any broader goals of merging together. It seemed like an alliance for convenience sake rather than anything else.
Right, but in the strive of ambition, why would you work with someone when you can have everything for yourself?
These are good
Well,
questions to ask.
greed is the desire for possession.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't necessarily mean he's without reason. I think he is very aware of his own limitations and is trying to use the infectee boy as a stepping stone. Thank you, Luke. Thank you for agreeing.
Circle around to that in a second.
Okay. Yeah,
Lincoln's gonna.
feel free to ask
Oh.
questions that you might think your character would know, or spitball between yourselves, just so that you guys are on the same page. Because the information that you get here is going to be important, and it will help you if you understand why. So feel free.
How was the original version stopped?
Are you asking
you-
Taste the Wind, or are you asking
Yes,
me? Okay.
asking Taste of Wind.
Is this your question?
For me, yeah.
The old woman looks between all of you to make sure that that's the question the group wants to ask.
What was the question again?
How was the original that they were all merged as stopped?
I'm pretty sure it had to do with the binding.
The binding was for greed.
Mm-hmm.
No, it split them all up.
No.
Hmm?
The binding of greed took place after the separation.
So Alex is bringing up a good point. It's not the question Lincoln wants to ask now, but it's information that's already been delivered. So he's gonna just nod and go with it.
We weren't. Each of us catalyzed, became aware of ourselves. Eventually, we split apart. We were being hunted, yes. But we were not stopped. Well, not exactly. I split first. It slowed us down to lose the ability to follow, to track, to hunt. She went next and left him alone. But it did not stop him. Not until the intervention and the binding.
So if he were to get what he wanted done and merge all back together, then there probably would be no way to stop him.
Not necessarily. But I would not know. Should what he wishes come to pass, perhaps it is glib to say it, but it won't be my problem. I'm sure you understand.
It's the truth. Yeah.
Yeah. What's your next question?
Ultimately, are you here to stop him, or merely facilitate others before departing? To ask it more plainly, have you made this fight your own?
Alex kind of sits back and folds her arms, like thinking really, really seriously. Myself, I barely survived that place and what happened there. I I can't sit back while something like this happens and people get hurt who have nothing to do with it, don't deserve it. I just don't know what I can do anymore. What good I would do. I'm a kid. We're just kids.
You underestimate your power. Conventional strength is overrated. What of the rest of you?
The old woman looks to Lillian.
I'm going to get my people out of here, and if he gets in my way, then he'll get out of my way.
She looks to Wraith, who has assuredly crammed his face into another bowl of stew.
Yes, yes, he has. He's gonna think about it a minute, and he's like, normally it wouldn't be my problem, but he's messed with my friends, so now it is.
He looks to Aurelia.
Well, if something can be done, then why not?
And then finally she looks to Lincoln.
Lincoln has an incredibly guilty look on his face. And he
Lillian pats
is
him on the back.
dead silent.
I see. Well, for those of you who remain, who seek to stop him, we will help as much as we can.
And as they say that, you hear a rustling in the bushes, and a young woman steps out. She looks like she's in her mid-20s or so. She's got kind of long, sort of golden hair. She's got a scar across her face, and she's wearing scrubs and a very heavy winter coat. She gives all of you a very tiny wave.
You look like you're freezing.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. It's nice to meet you all.
You want some stew? It's hot. It's hot stew. Might help.
The
Why
old
is it
woman
all the
stands.
doctor? Why do all the doctor's types have to wear scrubs?
I didn't have a lot of choice before I was forced to leave, I will say.
I want to investigate this woman because I think
Okay.
we all know what this is, but I want to confirm.
Sorry, the way you say I want to investigate this one.
Lamar!
I'm just gonna,
Phrasing.
look. I'm gonna give her a look up and down. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna investigate this woman. Yeah, go for it.
Let's do this.
Lincoln, I know it's been a while, but your girlfriend's right there.
Remember, boys and girls,
Oh,
phrasing does matter.
Hold up. No. Vetoed. Denied. No. You are no. Okay. I am going to investigate this in a voice particular situation.
Okay, go for it. Add your bonus.
That's a 4.
Okay. This is a host of Lay on Hands.
And Lincoln's just gonna put a hand to his forehead and be like, "Holy shit!" Okay. Our blackjack and hooker's chosen isn't here with us to deal with this shit. And he just drops his head in defeat.
She sits down next to the fire, kind of in your guys' proximity, but not like buddy with you. Giving you a respectful distance, but sitting close enough that she can talk to you. Sits down beside the fire. Somebody brings her a bowl of stew. As I understand it, you are all having some trouble, yes?
To put it mildly.
Well, we were on the way to come and help before things went awry.
Did you run into Don Provolone?
What?
Kind of slowly look over it right there.
Mordecai. Wraith is talking about Mordecai.
Wraith,
You see, like, Lincoln's just ready to give up on everything.
Lillian doesn't even like look over to Wraith. Says, Wraith, you have 5 seconds to shut up.
What? It's a legitimate question.
She smacks him back of the head.
How?
What is that reference?
Don
Two-
Provolone.
Most Wraith, what? Do you have brain damage?
Listen, the dude's fat. He wears his fedora, and I don't care to remember his name, so he's Don Provolone.
He's not fat, first of all.
He's not fat, first of all. It's the suit.
And to answer your question, Alex, he will when I'm done with him.
Well, at least we have someone with first aid here to help you deal with that chaos.
Yeah, no. Lincoln's literally rubbing his temples. He's like, he's talking about Mordecai.
Yes, that would be part of the problem, yeah.
Surround sound is the other, I'm guessing.
Hmm?
Never mind.
Basically, context, walled off city, yada yada. We call the big bad there multiple variety of nicknames and max names. We all call it different things.
Ah, yes. No, actually, we did not run into them this time, anyway. But we did have an issue with I believe you're calling it the infection.
Yep.
Lincoln's got a shiver down his spine now. Like, oh fuck.
Her expression kind of falls. A lot of us didn't make it.
Did the infection kill or did it infect?
A bit of column A, a bit of column B.
So it can definitely infect hosts of other voices who are active hosts.
With the right leverage, yes.
Okay, I need to ask this. How do they infect people?
She shakes her head. I'm not really sure. There's a sound, images.
The music box.
Creepy music box.
Yes. But it's not just that, it's other things as well. It's distortions in the world, it's radio broadcasts, it's images that shouldn't be there. It worms its way in and then, you know.
Wraith,
Yeah. Just
you
rubbing the back of his head.
you wrote down that thing, right?
Yeah, I put it back in the glove box.
Lincoln's gonna offer the grappling hook over to him. I want you to pull my phone out and I want you to fucking wreck it.
Ooh, distraction.
And
Okay.
under no circumstances can I touch a phone right now.
And to me.
Wait, so you even touching a phone will infect it?
I don't know, but I'm not willing to try, because think about it. That entire network is dedicated to Chorus.
And if it gets into Redacre at all, if it even infects the song a small bit, every single person there would be compromised.
Lincoln nods slowly.
Life was so much easier when I was flunking English.
Wraith calls over from the car where he's gonna get the phone. It's like, so am I destroying it or not?
I mean, there's no talk otherwise. So, go for it.
Yay!
Maybe he'll work
Lincoln.
out some of that manic energy.
Like it's just kind of curling up to a ball right now.
Wraith is tying the phone to like the rope end of the grappling hook and kind of spinning it around.
Okay.
Internally, Lillian's like he's such bad technique for breaking phones.
You have a literal hammer. What?
Just let him have
Listen,
fun
it's
with it.
gotta go out with style.
Just let
Lincoln
him have
gets
fun with it.
Lincoln gets a hug.
How am I associated with y'all again?
I don't know.
What is
Besides
it, not
trauma. And she's gonna look at Lincoln all curled up.
The Wraith is
Um,
about to smash the phone and like suddenly stops. Like, wait a minute, do we not need the MP4 anymore?
No.
Okay, cool. Then he throws it into the tree.
You're gonna
Roll a
have to do
shoot,
that
I
a few
guess.
more times. Look, they probably make those Chorus phones like they make Nokia phones.
They are not like Nokia phones.
They're
trust
not
me.
like Nokia phones. Listen, if they can get infected with the call from a cursed cipher, they could probably easily just break up when you throw it at a wall.
Yeah, Lillian has had Kira fix her phone enough for them both to know they are not Nokia phones.
Wraith, go ahead and roll a shoot. Did you? Okay. Yep. Okay. The phone shatters. Everybody, roll a notice.
Everybody noticed something.
Oh gosh, I heard that to the tune of that stupid whatever that song was they play all the time.
Okay. Yeah, everybody can hear this. As the phone shatters, you hear the tiny tinkling of a dying music box, and it goes quiet.
Holy snap, that was infected.
Yeah,
Good to
it
know.
was. At least we don't hear the full melody now.
So
Whoops.
basically we treat you like a human EMP and keep all electronics away from you?
Yeah.
Lillian sits upstairs and says, "Oh, fuck." And she starts walking over the El Camino. Is Lincoln, you're going to hate this.
Is she gonna rip the radio out?
Yep.
That's fine. That's fine.
You know she's right.
I know she's right. As long as it's not the actual car, he doesn't care.
Oh, where starts punctures the gas tank, throws out a match.
I swear to God. Hey, you want to get the bumper while you're at that?
What's in the bumper?
Don't look at the duct tape.
What?
All right, Don Bravo Long, key his car.
All right. She reaches in and yeah, she pulls out the
That was
fucking radio.
satirical. It was satirical for the bumper. Don't do that, please. It's covered with
Yeah.
duct tape. It's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, she pulls out his radio. Do I need to make a roll for that, or can I just do it?
Is the radio installed properly? And are you just ripping it out?
Yes, it's installed properly.
Alright, roll a physique.
As long as we have to
Oh, yeah,
worry
I get
about
you-
him, somehow infecting the car and it turns into a talking living car.
I don't think it works that way.
I get to
I
use
don't know,
strength
at this
and
point
determination.
my life does feel like a Stephen King novel.
It takes you a bit, but you're able to pull it out. The tape collection. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
fuck.
But if I was gonna say, if it's analog instead of digital when you have like the actual tapes itself.
I've seen enough analog horror to know where this is going.
This is
Lincoln just-
fucking torture. Because
Yeah,
the only way he can contact his people is through media. and he can't do that.
He can.
Yep, he'll have
Well,
to
hold
ask
on.
Lillian.
Does anybody else have a through line to the Dead Skeptics besides Lincoln? I don't think you guys do.
No, we
No.
don't.
Doesn't he know the
Nope.
number though?
But at the same time, theoretically, if we're going off of all sorts of media, word of mouth is also included in that. I don't think it's that drastic, but
Not at this
technically,
time.
yeah. So technically speaking, he can tell you how to get the contact information, and they do have a radio broadcast to hear.
Okay. So you're not completely cut off from the Dead Skeptics, but your ability to contact them for help is going to be diminished as you move forward due to Lincoln's condition. Have fun.
Is this just like Void Burns where I can just amputate my arm and just call it good?
Nope.
Damn.
White Burns.
So yeah, Lincoln is mildly in distress the more he's thinking about it, and the more it's just starting to tumble.
That is
Okay, Wraith
unfortunate.
is giving the phone a proper burial.
Lillian
Don't forget to
sits back
destroy the
down,
SIM card in it.
and after the dirty deed's been done, just, I'm sorry.
Actually, yeah,
It's
Alex is gonna
drivable. It's fine.
Alex is
missed
gonna make
this-
sure to go over and destroy the SIM card in it, since breaking the phone might not have destroyed that.
I miss listening to Johnny Cash already.
While all this chaos is going on, what are you doing, Aurelia?
And trying it again with the usuals, listening around for Cypher.
Go ahead, roll me a notice. You hear distantly kind of a faint whisper, but you're not sure what it is. And you're not sure if it's a cipher. One of the hosts has begun to look at you, though. Kind of squinting at you.
She would just look back and kind of get tinier than she was already.
Don't be suspicious.
Wraith is
It's-
gonna.
it's more like people look at her. She notices that and it's like,
Mm.
oh no, people look at me. I don't like this. Please don't look at me.
Are multiple people staring down Aurelia?
No, just the one.
Would it be a notice check to see if that is potentially with violence, or is she just looking?
Not with violence. This host looks a little suspicious, but that's about it. More specifically, the host looks suspicious of Aurelia.
Lillian keeps an eye, is suspicious of the suspicious man, because anyone who looks at anyone in her team is a threat.
Yeah, Wraith is gonna return and hand Lincoln back the grappling hook. It's like, it's okay. I buried the mini skeptic.
The
You gave
mini
it a
skeptic?
name?
You named your phone.
Now it's called that way, apparently.
I guess that's what Wraith calls it.
When Wraith has named his phone for the funeral, okay?
Now I want to make a note of this. I hadn't destroyed Lincoln's phone. The stalker phone is still in there. That is an emergency phone for anyone else to use.
Noted. So,
Speaking of, Wraith reaches in his pocket and hands Lincoln the little flashlight. He's like, I guess you're gonna need this since you don't have a phone now.
this is
It's
a
gonna
wise
take the
decision.
flashlight. All right. He's still not looking great, but he's looking over to the doctor. Sorry, we didn't get your name.
Krista.
I'm
My name is Krista.
Krista. It's nice to meet you. I'm Lincoln. Um, this is Lillian, Alex, Wraith, and Aurelia.
It's nice to meet you all.
Likewise. I wish it was under better circumstances, but
Well,
what can you do?
in my line of work, that tends to be the case with most things.
Yeah. Did you happen to see an RV on your way over here?
She shakes her head.
Okay.
No, we took the back roads to avoid anyone else, for the most
Gotcha.
part.
Yeah, unfortunately, that RV doesn't handle well enough to take back roads.
I'm guessing.
Alex just sighs.
As that RV is currently on a back road.
You see why I'm just laughing like a madman? Oh boy. Okay.
Krista shakes her head. No, I'm sorry. I'm assuming you've lost some friends?
Yeah. There's a big group of us and we're trying to get out of the radio quiet zone.
He
We're
tilts her
actually
head. Are you the children working with the gambler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
Don't ask Wraith what his nickname for him is.
As Wraith
Blackjack
just
and
blurts-
hookers!
There it is.
Wraith
blinks.
gets hit in the back of the head again.
Oh, why?
Don't mind him. He got dropped as a baby.
And probably more than that, too.
Probably with intent.
She blinks. Okay.
This is how we cope with trauma. It's normal. I think it's
Hmm.
normal. Is that how you're supposed to cope with trauma? I don't know.
Lincoln
Yeah.
just slowly shakes his head.
Laughter is a method of coping with trauma, yes. As you guys are sitting there, it is dark. By now, it's well into the night. The older woman clears her throat.
You have asked many questions. As have I. I have one more. What do you plan to do from here?
Alex kind of looks at the others.
We're going to make
Do
contact
we
with
know?
the others and see what's going on.
And after that, we're gonna keep pushing our way until we find the Samaritan.
Krista looks thoughtful for a moment. The group that I was with was hit, but there were others on the way. A lot of us had met up in a place called Sunset. She had tried to reach out to you before, but I don't think they went through. This radio quiet zone is strange. In some places there are these weird music box things. The sound they make is horrid.
Something tied to the infection or tied to who runs Red Acre?
I'm
It's
not
how
sure.
the infection communicates.
I don't know.
Or it's at least a limb of it trying to communicate. Lincoln just caves as he leans forward. I destroyed one of these boxes.
Well, if nothing else, more of us are on the way. Assuming, of course, we're not intercepted.
Where is Sunset?
It's
From
about
here.
100 miles to the west.
With a name like that, I got a bad feeling about it.
I don't think it's going to be something related to Sundown. Fingers crossed, knocking on wood.
Sundown?
Very, very, very bad thing. We barely managed to stop at the cost of someone who mattered a lot to us.
I see. Within Radeka, yes.
Yes.
I can tell you children have been through a lot.
Alex just kind of gives that like distant, slow nod of like, yeah.
Well, I'm tired of sitting here. Let's get to work. Where was that? Where was that we could get a signal again?
The old woman glances between everyone else.
Back on the road. Some miles down. This dead zone is quite fast. Once you leave the tree line, you will reach an approximation of civilization. Something resembling it, at least. These are farmlands beyond these woods.
Hmm. And Tara, how far are we from our original camp spot?
50, 60 miles.
All right, so it'd be closer to go up and get a signal than to go back to support them.
Yes.
All right.
But you also know that the camp has broken since then. They've left. So you're not entirely sure where they are anymore.
All right. We should get going there then. And anyone want to stay here and ask more questions?
No. But if there's stuff that we could, if you don't mind, offering us a couple more supplies before we head out. That also gives me 10 minutes to do something that I've been meaning to do.
This can be arranged, yes. We do not carry the flashiest of items. Technology is generally not our purview, but feel free to take what you must. At the very least, food.
Storm, can I trust you to handling it, that inventory?
Oh, right. Yes, me. Yes.
Sorry, Alex, can I trust you with that, with having inventory with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Aurelia, would you mind helping out Alex?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just kind of gonna let Wraith do his thing. But before I let him do his thing, I'm just gonna look at him and be like, "You might want to get that crossbow ready, just in case."
Ooh, fun. I'm on it.
And last but not least, Lincoln is actually gonna go back to Alex and hold his hands out. Can I have my keys back, please?
She starts searching through her many pockets looking for it, trying to remember which pocket she put it in. Yeah, no, not this. That's a candy bar. Ah, okay, here we go. And she hands it to you.
I think he's gonna take off one key. He's gonna give it to Lillian. Under the back seat of the car. Pull this out if you need it.
Okay.
And Lincoln just looks around and is like, one more question before I go off to do my thing, since you asked us one more question. You mentioned that you were not at liberty to say what happened between the gambler, the Samaritan, and Greed.
Yes,
Can
it is
you
still
at
my story to
least,
tell.
I know it's not your story to tell,
Mhm.
but can you at least give us a little bit more of an in-depth glimpse from your perspective of what might have happened?
Yes. It was some years ago. She had been instrumental in ensnaring him the first time, stepping between him and his various conquests. And so he thought to take her for himself. He took pieces at first. She was fading when the gambler stepped in. I see it as my own failure. Had I been more attentive, more present, a foothold could not have been claimed. The gambler blames himself. In
Lincoln's
truth,
gonna look to Kurt.
we
Sorry.
all failed her. Though she would never admit that.
Go on.
Lincoln's going to nod and look to the others if everyone's all set or if there's something else that they want to lay on the table.
Nothing. Lillian will be checking what's under the seat.
Aretha's busy preparing his hunting crossbow and some of the bolts, and he's
Oh.
taking some of the sleigh bells he bought and tying them to some of the bolts.
Oh, and this time Lillian will wrap her knuckles. Because very distantly she hears a redhead being angry at her.
Wrap your goddamn knuckles.
As for what's under the back seat, it's a nice long silver case.
She looks over her shoulder, see everyone's kind of busy, and she just pops it open.
There's a trank gun inside.
Closes it. Closes the seat back down. Is Lincoln still busy?
Lincoln's gonna be making his way back to the Camino. He's gonna be pulling out a set of knuckles and cleaning supplies to try and clean it up before they leave.
She'll beckon him over.
Okay, I guess Lincoln is going over to Lillian.
Hmm.
And she kind of looks in. So I did some thinking.
You did some thinking.
Yeah. I saw what's there.
Uh-huh.
You're not allowed to break up with me.
Oh, okay.
And then after like staring him down for a second, she actually cracks a smile and gives him a hug.
Lincoln's making sure that the shoulder's not being touched as he's just lifting his arm, and it feels like the most awkward hug ever, but he's trying to meet it as well as he can.
Oh, he's doing his best.
And despite what's the word? Lillian's peaked thing being in an area full of hosts that she doesn't trust, you're gonna be fine. I promise.
Find out. it's back to what Lincoln was originally going to be doing now.
Yep.
He's going to take the brass knuckles, and he's going to be using the clean agent as he was instructed to do so by Charlotte.
Okay.
So that would
Um,
take about 10 minutes of his time.
Yep. During this, what's everybody else doing?
I think Alex is probably doing her thing of the securing supplies and just kind of mostly be quiet, focusing on that.
You're able to pick up some more supplies. They give you food rations, a couple of simple weapons to help you, like a bow, some arrows, some bolts for your guys' crossbows, and they help you pack. Does anybody else have anything to do before we proceed to the next piece of plot?
Aurelia would see if she could manage to get a bit closer to the origin of the noise.
Go ahead and roll one more notice for me. Yes. You can hear that it's somewhere off in the distance from the camp. If you're quick, you could probably go and find it.
Well, guess what Aurelia's gonna do?
Go ahead and roll me an athletics, and if you're sneaking away, go ahead and roll me a stealth.
Probably a tiny bit of athletics, probably, because, like, well, if she heard some noises and she remembers what the noise is like, we know she will just run for it. She at least can explain it away, like, yes, guys, I have this weird condition. It's maybe an addiction, but
The fun thing is the assumption where she was going to help Alex with the supplies. So Alex is looking around like,
Where the heck is she?
she's like, I guess I'm doing this by myself.
We're trying to build your muscles.
All right, you're able to move very quickly to locate the spot of the cipher. And as you approach it, everybody else roll me a notice.
I'll roll
Oh, no.
notice. I'm busy. I'm not using
Wow.
a fate point for that. I will let you be the consequence of your own actions. I'm preparing for shit that may happen.
Is the El Camino running right now?
No.
Okay. Lillian, what did you do to the radio?
She pulled it out and made sure it was disconnected.
Is that all?
Since they were crushing the other thing, she took her steel-toed boot to it.
Okay. Good to know. Alex and Wraith, both of you notice that Aurelia has slipped off somewhere. And Wraith, with your roll, you notice that she had perked up and then bolted, as if she had heard something. And then you hear something else, as the radio starts to fizzle and the lights come on, despite having been crushed. And we're
How
going to
the
take
fuck?
and we're going to take a short break. All right. All right, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. We will be back at 35 after-ish. Yeah. Things are about to get interesting.
Macaulay Culkin style.
All right, we will be back.
Edge.
Okay, we are back. Aurelia has skipped away to go and find something. Wraith and Alex have noticed this. The radio, despite having been smashed, has lit up and is emitting some faint static. What's everybody doing?
Ray's gonna shoot it.
How much time has passed?
Since we went to break?
No, since Lincoln was working on his thing.
Elaborate? What?
Because he's cleaning the knuckles. and
Oh,
it takes
oh,
about
oh.
10 minutes to clean.
Yeah, it's been about 10 minutes. You're pretty close
Okay.
to done.
Lincoln's gonna reach into the car and grab the tennis racket.
As soon
Okay.
as Alex hears that static, she's gonna look at the group, the people in the camp. Cover your ears.
Most of
Lillian
them
just-
have already begun to cover their ears. Krista is like covering her whole head.
Lillian starts to stomp on it with her fucking boot again. Until it stops making noise.
Lillian, roll me a will save.
I will spend a fate point for a +2.
You gotta do it after the fact.
Alright, but it might happen. Is 3 enough?
You feel a tingle, and then it fades as the static finally stops.
Alright. Then she pulls out her knife and makes sure to cut any wires connecting to the speaker area and just fully disassemble.
Alex will come over to help because she's good with electronics.
Okay.
You don't need to be good with electronics for what I'm doing.
Destruction requires very little skill. The rest of the camp slowly look up once the static has stopped. Krista shudders and she kind of holds herself. I am not looking forward to having to deal with that again.
Yeah, join the
I've
club.
Yeah, considering the amount of times we've heard that thing in our heads, yeah.
It would seem that it has found you. And so it is time to break camp. We will part ways here, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Then it is
Sorry
time.
that. Sorry we led this thing to you, though.
It was merely a matter of time. But you are tracked. Everywhere you will go, they will follow. It will always follow.
As long as he's marked, or even if we get him healed of that.
It will be harder for it to follow you once he is cleansed of the brand.
While they're discussing that, Wraith is gonna go see where Aurelia went.
Aurelia, you locate
Yeah.
a cipher.
Nice.
Are you going to pick it up?
Yes.
Okay. Roll me a 1d6.
How do I roll those things again?
Exclamation mark.
Exclamation mark random space 1d6.
I almost called it a bang.
Okay. You don't feel anything at first, or hear anything. Wraith, you see Aurelia pick up a cipher. What do you do?
Really? I thought that was Kira's shtick.
Aurelia, you don't hear him say anything.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no!
In fact,
Yes.
you don't hear anything at
Oh,
all.
definitely.
Jesus. Oh, this is going to be an issue.
He's gonna walk closer to her, try to give her attention, like, hello.
Really, you notice Wraith out of the corner of your eye, and then you realize that you did not hear him approach.
Aurelia would just turn around, look at Wraith, and try and figure out if Wraith is talking or not. And if Wraith is still trying to talk to Aurelia, she would just go wide-eyed and be like, well, I guess I picked up the wrong one.
Wraith, what are you doing?
Still trying to see if Aurelia's okay. He's like, you're good? You look like you saw like a moose or something.
Oh my god.
Aurelia, you see
Aurelia
his
would-
mouth move, but nothing's coming out, at least not that you can tell.
She would just be like, I can't hear. I can't hear anything.
I didn't think that was a cipher first.
Apparently now it is, but well, poor little Aurelia doesn't know what anyone is saying anymore.
Well, you found it.
Yes.
He,
At least I found a cipher. That's something.
yes, sir. Can she walk, but like in a slow way so she can see his lips moving?
I don't think Aurelia ever did lip reading.
Roll a notice. Let's see if she can pick it up.
Oh boy.
You can kind of intuit what he's trying to ask you.
Aurelia would just state again, I cannot hear anything at all. This is not good.
Okay. Wraith's gonna try to pick her up and throw her over his shoulder.
Oh my god.
Bruh.
Okay.
Granted,
That would
she's
look
like
amazing.
the lightest person.
Yep.
Being that she weighs next to nothing, go ahead and just roll an athletics for me. Don't drop her.
Oh my god, please don't.
He tries to toss her over his shoulder and throws her too hard. She goes over.
Throws her into
Whisked
a tree
away
by
like paper in
accident.
the wind.
Ew.
Yeah, you pick her up. Sling her over your shoulder. I assume you march back to camp.
Yep, got the hostage. He's gonna call out once he can within like eyesight of the cars. Like, guys, we have a problem.
What?
What kind of problem?
Now what?
I think Aurelia's deaf.
Huh?
What?
She touched the buzzy, and now she can't heary.
Fuck.
She touched a bee?
No, when he says buzzy, he means it's a cipher.
Lillian walks over to Aurelia, who's assumedly still in the arms of Wraith.
Over the shoulder of Wraith, but yes.
She goes around back of Wraith and taps Aurelia on the shoulder.
She would just look at Lillian and be like,
Lillian will just give her the deepest look of disappointment and shake her head no.
Aurelia would just look down at the crowd and just stay where she is, just hanging there limply, and just being like, I'm sorry, I did not expect I cannot hear shit from that one anymore.
Wraith, just get her in the Camino.
So Alex will try to sign "Do you understand?" to her. She doesn't know if Aurelian knows sign language or not.
No, she
Aurelia,
doesn't.
did you ever learn sign?
No.
Well,
She was
Anybody got
busy
it?
dealing with song juice rather than learning sign language.
Wraith is going to carefully put her in the car and look at Link. He's like, you still got that notebook and paper?
Yes, but I was gonna use that to decrypt the message. Fine.
Hey.
Lincoln pulls out the piece of paper with the encrypted pattern on it. He's gonna flip it to the other side and just offer a pen as well and just give it over. Actually, wait, you know what? No, he doesn't. He has a journal. He's gonna use the journal and let Aurelia write in it.
Okay. Aurelia, you now have a method of communication.
Nice.
As all of this is transpiring, Krista's just kind of watching you and shakes her head.
Before Ray gives
Al-
it to her, though, he's just gonna write on the paper of Y in giant letters.
Yeah, Alex looks over at Krista and is like, as far as I can tell, this is kind of a semi-regular occurrence with him.
That's interesting. Well, be careful, I guess.
I think
Um,
we're more of a danger than to ourselves and others being a danger to us. Just
Nuh-uh,
I
Lillian's a
assume,
danger to me.
Well, there's a reason we're called the Disaster Brigade.
Nobody told me this when I joined you.
I've got some concerns, but that's alright. I will also point out that you might be a danger to yourselves, but there are lots of things that are great dangers to your lives. So please be careful. She gets to her feet. It was good to meet all of you, and this is not goodbye forever. We'll meet again soon, I think. Once I've joined up with the rest of her hosts, assuming we're not all dead. That comment makes her kind of cringe a little bit. But
I am really tired of people dying.
me too, but it's part of my profession, unfortunately. So, you all take care of yourselves, yeah?
Attempts will be made.
Yeah, best we can promise is attempts.
I suppose that's the most I can ask. And as she opens her mouth to say something, everybody roll a notice. Except
Damn
for
it.
Aurelia, because you can't hear shit.
On the bright side, you're immune to whatchamacallit.
This is true, actually.
I'm just gonna go with the one.
Okay.
I'm a 1.
At least
Lincoln?
as long as nothing is mental, that is. Because I assume mental might still work.
Lincoln, roll me a random.
Fuck.
At least it's
That's all
not
I can
me.
say. Fuck.
Roll me a will save.
Voice related?
Yes.
Actually, is this... Would the notice have invoked danger sense? Nah, it wouldn't have
Yes.
mattered.
It would invoke danger sense, but it doesn't give you a bonus to danger sense.
Yeah. I thought it was for a second, but it doesn't. It just allows me to do it when I'm in different hindrances. Okay.
Okay.
But is it voice related?
It is voice related.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and spend a fate point to add +2 to that to make it a 4.
Your shoulder starts to tingle. But there are no whispers in your ear this time.
I just like to think it's like Harry Potter in a scar, but it's Lincoln in a shoulder.
Kind of, actually. Everyone else, let's see what you guys rolled. Storm.
I think
Yep,
it's just
just
me.
you. Just you. Storm, you hear the cracking of brush in the distance coming
So
towards you quickly.
Yeah, her head snaps up. She looks in that direction. Something's coming.
You also
Wraith-
take notice that the rest of Taste the Wind's hosts have looked in that direction as well.
Not this shit again.
Wraith, say goodbye to your new favorite voice. We're gonna have to get going.
I was gonna
Mm.
ask him for another foot race.
Get in.
Worry not, child. We'll meet again. And you and I seem to have a lot in common.
Yeah. Just throw a light and sacrifice and do whatever the voice stuff is. Just gotta get out of here. Come on.
Is if Wraith or Aurelia are not already in, they are getting pushed in or thrown in.
Ray's just like, yeah. He gets in the car and gets his crossbow ready. He's like, and I am gonna give a light because I have one. So yeah, sticks his tongue out at Lincoln.
Wow.
Lillian takes shotgun.
So you guys pile into the car. As you are loading up, you see that the camp is breaking quickly. Tents have already been broken down and rolled up. The fire has been doused for the most part. They are lit very faintly by some torches as they put everything away, pack up, and start to disperse. Krista is covered in a very heavy blanket that covers her head, and 4 or 5 very large Taste the Wind hosts smuggle her away. As you hear the cracking and the footsteps grow louder and louder.
Lincoln's going to turn on the Camino. And he's going to shift it into drive.
Okay. As the headlights come on, you see 5, 10, 20, 30 disheveled humans break through the tree line into the clearing. The Taste the Wind hosts douse the fire further to build a smoke screen and vanish.
I need to remember that trick.
Do I see an opening?
Yes, you do. You're gonna need to like jam it in reverse, but yes.
Everybody hold on! Reverse, go.
Okay. Those of you who are looking at these individuals that are breaking through the tree line, you see that their eyes are orange. They are all very disheveled. They look like they had been civilized humans at some point. Some of them are wearing suits and ties or dresses. Some of them are wearing blue-collar shirts, etc. But they're all just kind of grimy and falling apart. They're wounded in some cases or covered in scratches and dirt. None of them look like they've seen a bath in months. And they are staring straight at you and sprinting at the car.
Alex just looks like kind of angry, actually, because, she knows that these are people who've been ripped from their lives and just controlled for this long.
I never thought I'd live through a zombie apocalypse. Keep fucking driving!
So,
It's like, ha, I wish I had trank grenades.
it's time. Lincoln, roll a drive.
Woohoo! I am being chased.
You sure are. Hi. I have a Balder under my desk.
Alder.
All right, hard to shake gets me a +2 to
Gentlemen.
my drive.
Roll it.
Let's see here. Got to make sure where am I? Okay, cool.
Okay.
Me use fate to re-roll that.
Yep, I would go for it.
I'll take that over a -1.
Much better. Okay. So you peel out. Actually, I'm going to let you keep the reroll without having burned the fate because I think you broke the first roll.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, no, I did.
Okay. Yep. I'll let you keep the reroll. You can keep the fate. You peel out and race down this dirt road back out of the forest. These creatures are still in pursuit of you. You can't go super quickly, but you do lose them after a while. It takes you about 20 minutes to get back out of the woods, and after a minute, you do peel out onto a highway.
I just like to think he did all the wood parts in reverse driving, and I'd just be like, damn, look at this kid go.
You do all of this driving in reverse. And after a little while, the last of them fades into the dark. And as you peel out onto the highway, you see that the sun has gone down. It is still dumping snow, but you have reached the highway again.
We're gonna go forward on the highway, and Lincoln's gonna look to everyone else. How's your service looking?
1 sec.
Everybody roll a random. Let's see if you've got service now.
She pulls out her beaten up phone.
I am
Someone
not
would
gonna roll
probably-
random because I don't have a phone anymore.
Woo!
Also, I'm
Hello,
driving.
you doesn't hear shit.
Hey, you don't hear shit. You don't know anybody's talking to you. You're just kind of sitting in the back seat having a time. Lillian, you have reception. Wraith, you have a bar. Alex, you ain't got shit. Your phone's
Yeah,
not
figured.
picking up a damn thing.
Do I get any chats?
You sure do. A first message pops in from Kira. We're gonna need fuel for the RV when you guys come to camp. A few minutes later, a message pops in from Kaede, in all caps. Zeke is here.
Zeke's there. We're gonna go help him.
Where is there?
That's what I'm finding out. Start driving. Lily does a quick judgment in her head, and she calls Kira.
Oh no!
Kira, who is in the chat, please roll me a random. Uh-oh. The phone rings. The ramifications of this are going to come into play when Group 2 comes on. But the phone rings. Kira, do you answer it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna be putting my phone in silent. Why are you calling?
What the fuck are you?
Well, I'm hidden right now because there's somebody that's choking out Chance.
Yeah. About where are you guys? So we can get there as soon as possible. Go, 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 go. Triple time.
As you're talking, you hear something cracking in the background, and Kira, your phone goes dead.
Turn around. Someone's choking out Chance.
You know it's a turnaround.
It's because we were sent ahead.
Good point. Lincoln's gonna pump on the brakes because it's snowing,
Mm-hmm.
and he doesn't want to skid.
Okay.
I think our voice buddy can help us navigate and get there fast. Find out where they are.
You want to talk to him?
Yes, I should. Hey, roll the dice, buddy.
Hi. How's it going?
So where are our friends so we can go help them because they're kind of possibly dying?
Oh, let's see. Well, you need to go back the way you came. They went into the woods further. They were trying to shake a pursuer. Unfortunately, they didn't. It's gonna take you a while to get there, though. I don't know that you'll get there in time, but you try.
Trying's all we can do as long as you tell us where to turn off to get to them.
Follow this road for a while. And then, uh-oh.
Oh, great. Now what?
Drive, 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 drive.
Roll a notice, everybody.
Eh. Am I allowed to roll investigate for this?
Are you actively scanning the area around you?
Well, I'm
Uh-oh.
actively driving, so I have to scan the area around me.
Okay, you may roll investigate.
Is it voice related?
It sure is.
Can I look around too? Because I'm pretty sure Aurelia has nothing else to do besides looking around.
You may look around, yes. This is not audio related, so you can look.
Good! Yes! I can roll!
We have found a downside to.
Ah.
Gosh. I guess this is part of the when you lose one sense, your other one becomes stronger. Just
Apparently.
really fast.
Okay. Let's see. Lillian, you're busy. Wraith, you don't notice it. Storm, you spot something moving behind you, but it's too dark for you to see it. Lincoln and Aurelia, you see a large moving shadow pull onto the road behind you. And after a few moments, you notice what it is. It's a convoy of cars. None of them have their lights turned on, but they are tailing you anyway.
Snatchers.
I don't think we're going back to our friends.
I don't think so either. I'm sorry.
You guys need to go.
Don't suppose you have a idea of where we can go to lose these guys?
I mean, kind of. Like, you're just gonna have to shake them. There's a town nearby you could try to hide.
I mean, hey, might help us lose them better than driving on just back roads.
Well, take the next exit.
The convoy closes in on you. Lincoln, roll a drive.
Okay. That's a 4.
Oh, they're gaining on you. One of them is right up on your bumper, and you feel the tap as it presses up against you in an effort to try to run you off the road.
Right, pelt him!
Question: we
I
got
thought you'd never
supplies
ask.
from the place too. They gave us like simple weapons.
Mhm.
What were the things they gave us for us to mark on our inventory for use in this?
You could have taken a compound bow, a couple of slingshots. They gave you the ammunition for slingshots, which are small, like carved wooden pellets rather, and a few things of that nature. So it is up to you if you want to take any one of those things.
How many arrows for a compound bow would we have gotten if we went that choice?
Probably about 20.
Okay.
Rick is gonna lean out of the window best he can, and he's gonna take a shot at the tire of the car trying to ram himself off the road.
Okay. Roll me a shoot.
I'm gonna burn a sweet point at +2.
Okay. You do hit the car, you don't hit the tire. You smash something in the car and you hear like a hissing sound coming from the engine. But they are still in pursuit, for the moment at least.
Alex wants to try taking a shot at the tire too.
Okay, go ahead, roll me a shoot.
Wait, they're running right up against us, right?
The car is, yes.
Wait, no, I've got
Against
a
your
lock.
bumper.
Lillian pulls out her knife,
Okay.
and she kind of climbs in the back seat. Guys, hold on to my legs.
Wait, what?
Do what I fucking say.
Alex drops on him.
Grabs your
I'm
legs like,
just
this is not a
driving."
good idea.
And she's gonna open the door and lean back with her knife and just hit the tire.
You're gonna lose your knife.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. She pulls out that lockpick she has and uses the sharp point of that because it'll have the same effect.
Oh my god.
To be fair, I got a screw
Okay.
that punctured my tire one time, but that might be a slow puncture.
Okay, so here's how we're gonna do this. Who's holding Lillian's legs?
There's 3 of you back there. You all 3 better be doing something.
Raven's
I'm
holding
pretty-
Well, there's the thing,
Lillian's
Aurelia can't hear you.
Well, yeah,
But
Aurelia
she might
can't
have
hear you.
noticed. She
Well,
probably
Alex
noticed if someone climbs literally on top of her, past her, whatever.
Yes.
She probably would notice and hold on
Alex
to
will
it.
like
but
grab her
others
head,
do.
turn it towards what they're doing, and just grab onto William's legs.
Yeah, Aurelia would
Okay.
hold on to it too if she
No.
sees that others are holding onto it. Like,
Those of
ah,
you-
we're doing this.
Those
She's
of you
gonna
who are
hand.
holding the legs, roll me a physique.
Okay. Also, Alex is gonna hand Lillian and one of her arrows.
Those holding Lillian's legs, roll me a physique.
I'm gonna have to use strength from determination for that.
Okay.
You can.
So far, so good. Okay. You hold onto her legs securely. Lillian, you don't feel like you're about to fall at the moment. Now it's your turn to roll physique. Because you're trying to puncture a moving car.
All right, strength from determination. I'm going to use a fate point to re-roll that.
I literally have 15 bolts. You couldn't just let me shoot at it, could you?
Okay. Lillian, the arrow punctures the tire. You hear the pop. It rips it out of your hand. You take a point of damage as the arrow slices your palm open.
I can live with that. Wait, I covered my knuckles.
You sure did. Did you wrap your entire hand, or did you just wrap
Yeah.
your knuckles? Okay.
It would wrap her entire
It's
hand.
sliced through.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
So you were using your right hand?
Yeah, that's the one with all the fingers.
Okay. The bandage tape on your right hand is sliced open. Blood is seeping into what bandage tape is still there. As the arrow had snapped in your hand from the force of being jammed into the tire. And the car peels off for a moment, swerves, and slams into the back of the car. Your car.
Fuck.
Lincoln, roll me a drive.
Fuck.
Meanwhile, Ray's gonna try to pull Lillian back into the car.
All right, if you're pulling her back in, those who are pulling, roll physique.
I roll
Adding fate to
athletics
make that
help.
7.
You can roll athletics to help. Lincoln, you feel your back tires start to slip. You do manage to regain control of the car and pull away.
Oh! Ah!
Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Just keep driving.
You have a very strange definition of the word fine.
What's going on back there?
We're not dead. Everything's fine. Keep driving.
The car, which you just blew the tire out of, slams into one of the other cars and they roll into the ditch. However, another 3 cars take their place and race up on your ass.
I hate large highways.
Did we get Lillian in the car?
You do get Lillian in the car. Lillian, you are back inside of the car. Your hand hurts like a bitch, but the adrenaline is keeping the shock of it, or the large part of the pain, in check for now.
Yeah, Lillian, like. Woo!
And Lincoln get the sense that Lillian got hurt.
Give it to you. You have boyfriend bonus, whatever. Yeah, you know.
Hooray!
You can tell.
Boyfriend bonus.
Boyfriend bonus, let's fucking go! He's gonna just peer over like, shit. Alex, behind the passenger seat, first aid kit, medical book. If she needs help, help her.
Lincoln, roll me a notice.
I will roll a notice. That's a 5.
Okay. You recall something suddenly and see it as you're going. There was a tree blocking your path
Oh.
when you came in this way. You had to go around it.
Oh.
Up ahead, you spot that tree near the overturned truck. And several cars blocking the shoulder.
Oh. There's no way out, is there?
There is not. What are you going to do?
It's just cars, right?
And people.
And people.
And people. You see them start to come out of the shadows, and they step into the flood of the halo of light from your headlights.
How do they look?
Not awesome. Disheveled.
Are they
Orange eyes.
disheveled?
Mhm.
Are they still
Orange
technically
eyes.
alive?
They are alive, yes.
Ah, man.
Those are not zombies.
I'm 17 years old. I don't want to be charged for vehicular manslaughter.
Give me the wheel then. Knock. I'd make that
How
joke.
much of a risk do I want to take? There's Give me a layout. Like,
Okay.
let's say
So-
in theory,
Mhm.
Lincoln says "fuck all morals." Is there a line of bodies that I can run towards?
The bodies are kind of in front of the vehicles. So there is a conga line of cars that are blocking the shoulder, basically shoulder to shoulder, even down into the ditch. There are bodies in front of those cars, and they're slowly pouring out of the darkness.
Damn it!
Roll me one more notice, Lincoln.
Can I investigate?
Yes, you may.
All right.
Voice related.
Wait, I need to make sure that's right. Yeah, that's investigate because it's voice related. Yeah. I'll add one more fate point to that, and I'll make it a +6.
You hear the whispering again. But it's not inside your head. It's somewhere outside. You recall the discussion that you had earlier today of how the infection communicates, how it maintains its presence. You can probably make the deduction that there is a booster node of some kind enthralling these people. And wherever it is near enough by you that you could probably find it.
Am I allowed to invoke the power of deduction to figure out where it is amongst the shadows?
Yes.
Okay.
You can tell from the way the lights are flickering in the overturned truck that it's on its side, that it's in the cab.
That truck.
What about it?
That's where the infection is enthralling these people right now.
What? How?
Think about it.
Needed to hear. Wraith is gonna jump out of the car and run for the truck.
Oh gosh.
Wait,
How fast am I going?
Hold on. Before you
Red
do
flag,
that,
time out.
has Lincoln
out.
stopped the car?
Yeah, that's what I want to ask. How fast am I going?
Have you slowed down yet?
How many more seconds until I reach impact?
You've probably got about a minute before you smash into these people.
No, I haven't slowed down yet, but I haven't slowed down from a pace that's safe to disembark. Let's put it that way.
Wraith, are you sure you're going to jump out of this car?
He's going to if no one stops him.
Okay, well, Wraith reaches for the door.
Do we notice him
Um,
about to do that? That's the thing.
Roll me a notice.
Tick, 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 tick.
Remember his trouble. He's going to.
Yeah, you notice.
Alex is gonna try to grab by the back of his shirt. What do you think you're doing?
Like, I'm going to the car. Truck.
This isn't like movies. You don't just jump out of moving vehicles and roll and be okay.
I mean, yeah, but we also don't run into people and they be okay.
Wraith, be practical. Those flashbangs you got at the pawn shop, are they back there?
Yeah.
Then how about we try to use one and throw it into the truck?
How's a flashbang gonna destroy a node, though?
It's an idea.
You were trying to blind an electronic.
I'm more thinking if we throw it in, it's probably going to break the circuits.
Give
I
me
mean-
1 second. My food just showed up.
So
Today's
technically
episode is sponsored by.
I mean, the flashbang has to go off really, really close. So you have to hope that when you throw it into the truck, you get it to land directly on the thing. Because if it's just adjacent, even the shockwave of the impact isn't going to really. I did not mean to kill that thing. Isn't going to just
back.
destroy it. It's not like you're dealing with a fragmentation grenade.
Okay. I mean, he's a kid, so
You got any
like,
foam?
Well, if someone would be able to write a note to Aurelia, because she has one foam canister, oddly enough, but well, she cannot hear shit. Literally, the person who has a foam canister cannot hear.
We should have had an etch a sketch. Like Aurelia, read.
I wonder if those kids keep those things. It might, unless
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
unless it
I
might
assume
work
Wraith just
though
has
if
a backpack.
it might work though if people noticed what other people packed before they had it out.
What
If
was that?
someone watched Aurelia, we are discussing stuff because like Aurelia might be the only one with a foam canister,
Rip.
and if people
I
watched her pack her stuff for the trip, then they would have noticed she packed a foam canister.
Would I have noticed and remembered?
Roll me a random.
Considering Alex is an observation kind of person.
Yes.
Aurelia has foam. So she's gonna grab Aurelia, grab the paper and write, like, so it's kind of scribbled quickly. It's not the best handwriting, but she's gonna write, need foam, device and truck, have to stop it. Or have to stop.
Aurelia would just look at the note, get the foam canister, and just hold it out for whoever is going to grab that thing.
Wraith's gonna grab this like, if this doesn't work, I'm darting for the truck.
Okay.
well, we'll have to get closer to it anyway.
Lincoln, have you come to a stop yet? Or are you still traveling?
It's gonna be a very shitty stunt.
Okay. Go on.
I don't know if I could do it. Lincoln's gonna keep going at a decent pace to the tree. And he's gonna try to donut the car around and give the opening to the truck for Wraith to throw it. And he's gonna try to weave back around.
Okay.
It's not gonna end well.
I will let
But-
you try. I will give you the
gotta-
warning that you're going to need to roll fairly well to do that.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, is like, no, I'm not gonna do that because of his trouble. So he's gonna start slowing down, but he is gonna try to start getting the angle ready for whoever he's going to throw. As he's slowing down, it's like, make it count.
Okay.
Definitely whoever's the best shoot should throw that, which is not me.
I believe that is
Going
Wraith.
for it.
It's
Yep.
Wraith or Lillian.
Wraith's
Okay.
going to half crawl out of the car again so he can get ready to chuck this thing.
Alrighty. We make sure Wraith doesn't fall out.
So I got the fucking Death Star trench music going on in my head.
Okay.
Why do you do this to me?
So, as you come to slow down, you notice that you've been surrounded. Cars have pulled in behind you. The swarm is slowly approaching. As each of you makes your preparations, you don't hear the music box. You hear static for a moment.
Lillian makes crosses herself as she prepares the possibility they could die here.
Yep. The most forward hosts are lurching towards you, but they're not running. They're sort of staggering towards you. And then they all come to a dead stop. They are standing in a perfect circle around you. Lincoln, roll me a drive to see if you got into position for Wraith to be able to throw it from the car.
Okay. 6.
Yes, yes, you did. As you make your preparations, what is everyone doing in this car?
I'm trying not to fall out of it.
Holding on to Wraith.
Keeping a
Okay.
hand on Wraith.
Hand on the wheel. The other hand starting to slide into my pocket to grab one of the knuckles.
Yeah, and yeah, Lillian's ready to fight.
Okay.
Aurelia would most likely just look around because, like, having two people pile onto one person hanging out of the window is a bit interesting.
Or I was like, I don't know what's happening, but it's happening.
Everybody roll me a notice. Aurelia, you may also roll,
Good.
as this is visual.
May I investigate, or do you want notice?
You can investigate.
0.
Question: the voice abilities can only be in combat or
No,
situational.
it is situational.
Can I use my in her teeth ability because we are definitely facing premature death?
Yes, you may. Okay. Lincoln and Wraith, you notice this. Everyone else, you're kind of preoccupied with everybody around you. Alex, you notice the perfect circle. It's weird. Aurelia, you notice the perfect circle. Very weird. Lincoln and Wraith, you notice the road and the snow. You notice that they have very deliberately cleared specific sections of the road. The snow has been packed in such a way that a symbol has been drawn, and you have stopped in the middle of it.
Oh no.
Someone tell me this, please.
You're standing in the middle of the Ouroboros.
That's not good.
What's happening?
We're in the middle of its symbol.
Alex is gonna immediately look around. And when she knows that, she's gonna curse softly.
Lillian takes her cut hand and makes a little die for you symbol on the backside of her other hand, just for probably superstition, but safety.
Everybody roll a will save.
And she says a prayer.
Lillian, for the symbol you have drawn, I will give you a +1.
Ooh. Thank you.
Lincoln, just stay with that will of iron, buddy.
I was really hoping somebody would fail. Thank you, Skylar.
I cannot hear now. I failed this. Well, you're welcome.
Skylar, you can't hear anything. Or you couldn't for a bit. Now there's only one thing that you can hear. As
Oh.
radio static floods your ears.
God, no.
And you hear broken pieces of broadcasts as a myriad of voices are talking to each other, combining to say something that they weren't originally speaking. We have found you. We will always circle the dead. It repeats itself over and over and over.
Aurelia would most likely clutch her ears, her head, and just try to whimper out, "Make it stop. Please make this stop."
Aurelia, roll me another will save.
We can
Alex
hear
is
that, right?
gonna Alex is
hear
gonna
her.
notice her
Oh
kind
my
of
god,
freaking
it's
out.
getting
Yeah,
worse.
When Alex notices her freaking out, she's gonna grab her shoulder and just take off her headphones and put it over her ears,
Yeah.
and just like try to lock eyes with Aurelia, and just mouth, "Look at me, focus on me, not on it."
Lillian's also going to take Aurelia's hand.
So will
And,
stop. Will Alex be able to do that or not in time?
Alex,
Hmm?
roll me a random. He's able to put the headphones on. It doesn't matter. What you're hearing is not physical.
Oh god.
It's in your head.
Well, I'm sorry guys, but like Aurelia has some issues right now.
mm,
She would literally just utter out the name Circle the Dead.
And
What?
Lincoln's face flushes with fear. That's its name.
Everybody
Oh,
roll
no.
another will
It's-
save.
It's telling her its name.
Do I have to roll again too?
No, you're good. You've already failed hard enough. We'll let you live.
My will is 2, so yeah.
Lillian, Wraith, Alex, you feel a shudder tear down your spines at that name. Lincoln, it makes you angry hearing that name spoken aloud. It burrows into your minds and it sticks in place. The hosts, forced hosts rather, of this creature circle the dead, drop to their knees. Wraith, you have an opening.
Do
Wait,
it.
take
Throw
the
it.
shot now!
Throw
He's
it.
going to eat it.
Roll shoot.
You got fate points.
Yep, I'm gonna burn a fate point. Add +2.
Okay. The foam canister sails into the cab of the overturned truck. Nothing happens at first, but then you notice wisps of smoke begin to rise up from the open window. The lights of the truck begin to flash. All of you hear radio static and broken voices. And then suddenly, all of the hosts tip over and fall to the ground.
Oh, thank goodness.
It's not gonna last for long. Come on, let's get a path open for us.
all right. They're all tipped over, right?
They're all tipped over. They all appear to be unconscious.
Lillian gets out and starts clearing the way.
Lincoln's gonna do the same.
And she also disturbs the Ouroboros in the snow as well.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, Alex is gonna ruin that symbol too.
If Lincoln had time, he would turn the Ouroboros into a middle finger, but he doesn't.
Alright. You guys get out and you clear a path. The road ahead is open.
Actually, you know what? There is something else he's going to make.
Okay.
He's gonna make a lantern.
Okay.
In short, he's gonna make sure the snake figure is disrupted, but he's gonna be turning it into the symbol of the Green Lantern.
Okay. Go for it.
Because you want to play symbolism, I'll play fucking symbolism.
How many cars are out here?
15.
Wraith is gonna pull out as many keys as he can.
Wow. Okay. Okay. You guys clear a path. The infection's stolen hosts start to stir. Everybody roll a notice.
Come back.
May I investigate?
Yes, you may.
Woo!
Damn, Lincoln and Wraith are fucking on point today.
I can see things.
What are y'all investigating?
This is cursed.
You're noticing.
I was able to roll investigate.
Okay, I am noticing. There.
Okay. Wraith and Lincoln, you notice that their eyes have ceased glowing orange.
Forced connection. I'm not sure if they're marked, but you're definitely under control.
Right. Gonna have to keep our eyes out for electronics then.
Always.
Question is, are we marked now?
Really
We'll
is.
worry about that later.
So, you clear a path, the road is open. As long as you're
Think it's-
careful driving around that truck.
And Lincoln is going to be as careful as he can getting around the truck and the tree.
With that, you head onto the road again and make back for where you remember the camp had been. On your path, it's quiet. Is anybody talking?
Alex is gonna check to see how Aurelia is doing.
The name is no longer screaming in your head, Aurelia, but you still can't hear shit.
Lillian would, with her non-bleeding hand, would tussle her Aurelia's hair.
Well, she would just be quiet and just exist.
Just exist. Alex is gonna grab that med kit she was told about because someone still has a bleeding hand that needs to be taken care of.
Really?
I'm fine.
You are going to sit there and let me do this.
Wraith is still like half out the window with his crossbow at the ready, just guard dog mode right now.
So like there was bandages. Someone said something out of book.
Yeah. There are at least there's at least one medical guide to teaching you proper techniques for first aid.
Cool. So Alex is gonna have to use that because she has no first aid knowledge.
While reading the book, I will give you a +1 to your medicine.
Hey, that means I get something. Period. I'm gonna spend one of my fate points to give that +2.
Okay. You're able to bandage Lillian's hand pretty quickly. It didn't look like it was deep enough to require stitches, but it is going to need some attention pretty consistently. After a little while,
You kids okay? I lost contact with you.
Turns out the infection found us.
No, fuck.
Yeah.
And
No.
we know its name.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Something, even though Aurelia can't hear, it got into her head and she started shouting its name.
No.
How bad is that?
It's bad.
Yeah. It's very bad.
Can someone explain the level of badness and the context of badness?
It's trying to corrupt her. And now it has a foothold in her mind.
Is it worse than my condition?
Not much. She's not gonna feel good for a bit, but
Yeah.
it will subside as she's managing it. This is not great.
Yeah.
Does us knowing the name put our friends at risk now?
It puts you at risk.
So what do we do?
You
We just
know,
done
going-
another voices
Keep
chopping block.
fighting. We'll keep an eye on Aurelia, see if she gets her hearing back.
your friend is cursed. It'll pass. Looks like someone went digging for ciphers.
Yeah.
Very bad time.
Yeah. Hmm.
Aurelia, you hear none of this, but you get the feeling that you're being talked about.
Yeah, she just picked it up when I caught up to her. I can stop her.
Well, you're gonna need to cleanse somehow when you get back. Still trying to get through to your friends again. There's something weird happening.
Is I didn't hear that phone call. Never mind.
Well, one of them blacked out. My chosen. Trying to save his ass.
Just focus on them and keeping them safe.
That's the plan. Keep moving. You'll get there soon.
We're on our way.
Roll the dice as voice fades. Does anyone else do anything on the road?
Nothing other than sit there and be angry.
Okay. As you travel, it gets darker and darker. As the sun fully sets and the clouds press in and the blizzard begins that you had
Oh.
driven out of, but your friends did not. It is dumping snow. It is bitterly cold. And the car is having a little bit of trouble going very quickly, so you're going to have to be very careful as you make your way back.
About as careful as one can get.
I don't like this on so many levels.
Lincoln has this overwhelming sense of dread that for once is not the shape.
I can't imagine why. Everything is perfectly peachy.
Everything's fine.
Everything is fine.
Everything is awesome. As you travel, you spot a familiar car on the side of the road.
What car?
It belongs to a couple of hosts of Roll the Dice that you're familiar with, Mark and Sandra.
Oh no.
Are they there?
Car is abandoned. Do you stop?
If we stop, we may have issue getting out of the snow.
That's true.
As we're passing by, do I see any signs of tracks leading towards or away from it?
For everyone who is looking at the car, roll me either a notice or an investigate, whichever is higher for you.
As this is not voice related, I'm just going to do my standard investigate.
Zip.
The car is, let's see, Alex and Lincoln, you notice this? Okay, those of you who rolled better than a 0, you do spot tracks leading away from the car. Alex and Lincoln, you notice that the car is buried in the snow. There are pretty clear signs that someone tried to dig it out, but was unable to. There are tracks leading towards the town. There are only 2 tracks leading towards the town, though.
2 sets
The-
of tracks?
No. One set of tracks. 2
Oh.
2 feet, not 4.
Is there anything
That's
else
what I
that
was
we
trying to
noticed?
clarify. Yeah.
You do. You notice that the tracks are fairly deep, and there's a blood trail.
Someone was hurt and carried off.
It is very slowly being obscured by the snow,
We'll
They're gonna
find them
need
later.
help.
which means that this must have been recent.
This had to have been recent, but we have to. We'll focus on our friends right now. They've been having this fight for longer than we have. They can take care of themselves.
Yeah, but we're gonna even make it to our friends in time if we're being slowed down with the snow.
Well, we started down this path. We damn well better try.
Also, not to mention, these are our friends' reinforcements.
Are there any tracks in the driveway?
Yes. You can see where
Lincoln?
they came from.
Okay, but where it's going, there's nothing going out.
It's going in.
It's going in.
Mhm.
Okay. Chance is gonna not Chance. Lincoln's gonna turn and just keep the fog lights on,
Okay.
and he's gonna go slow.
All right.
Well, he's gonna try to go as fast as he can, but at a safe speed of going slow.
Right. You travel down this road and it takes you back into the woods. You know this area is probably pretty heavy with campsites and such. You follow tracks and you find yourselves following two sets of vehicle tracks that lead deeper and deeper into the woods. And you come upon an unusual scene that we will describe once we find out what happened to Team 2. And that is where we end for
Oh.
Team 1.
Ah!
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Well then.
Next time, well, Blackout Club.
Next time on All the Stars in the Sky. So the way this will work is what you guys discover will be determined at the end of Group 2's session, and we will break the time bubble at that point.
Okay.
Okay. We are going to take a quick 15-minute break while we switch over, and I eat some of this food. And that is where Team 1 will conclude.
I too need food.
I'm gonna hop off this and give myself a break from the headache headphones cause.
That is a good idea.
That sounds
All right.
like a great idea.
Thank you very much, Team 1. We're going to take a break, and Team 2 will be on.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye. Have a wonderful
Bye.
time.
And for all of you, we will be back at the top of the hour with Team 2. everybody. So we will be starting again in about 3 minutes. I figured I would pop in here to say hi to chat and to give everybody a couple of disclaimers. There has been some violence in the past. This is probably going to get even more violent. So here are some warnings for blood, possible torture, and some other really heavy topics. Obsession, etc., etc. This will be the continuation of the fight between the team and the stalkers sent after them by Speak as One. So, everybody has been sufficiently warned. I don't know that there will be any major triggers, but we will see. Potential blood, gore, possible death. We will see. So, we will be undeafening here in just a moment and going back to the group.
I think.
Okay. We are live. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are starting with group 2. As always, if you are not part of group 2, please mute your mic. Group 2, Kira, you will be giving the recap for what happened last time.
Yes, I will.
Please proceed.
All right. So what happened last time is we split from the other group and we were packing up our camp, and we started to get ready to get out, and a van jumped up. And this van had some people that were getting recognized, and there was some stabbing that happened to to at least one of Roll the Dice's hosts, and they kind of made some time for us as we started to get on the road. But unfortunately, the van of Redacre psychopaths continued and followed us. The van had Zeke in it, an unrecognized person, and who else inside, because when we finally had to try to get to a place, we were driving through, Coyote was basically reading road maps and giving us some ideas of places to go. Kira made an improvised tire spike. I'm very still proud of that, and think that that's going to be a terrible thing to bite us in the ass later. And we ended up trying to get to one of the pullover campground areas to try to get away. And Zeke got out and is looking for her. We all know who he's probably looking for because he has some beef with someone who's still in Redacre. He just didn't realize that she hadn't left. So he's attempting to make some personal arrangements with people's faces. Jean went in for some direct combat. Baxter did too, and realized that his twin brother is here. So Dexter popped out and is with Zeke as well. Someone else slipped out of the back. Kira and Chance were trying to, at the side of the road, keep the RV safe because there's a bunch of other people in the RV. And the RV actually has a leak in the fuel, and Kira's trying to get the tracker out of it that they found. My brain is a little all over the place, but there was a tracker from Redacre that they think might have been getting used to be able to find them so quickly and so easily. So Kira and Chance were pulled over to try to deal with that, and we're getting that dealt with when Chance got surprise jumped by someone else who had been with Zeke, Oren, who has proceeded to try to make him a smear on the floor to the point where he blacked out to call on Roll the Dice for assistance. And they're currently having a fight. Chance is about to possibly fall over. Nicole, who was also there, we don't know where she is. She's kind of vanished. So did Kira, who has been taking pot shots at Oren and finally hit him with a trank, so hopefully that might kick in before Chance kicks the bucket.
That is correct. So Kira did hit Orin with that trank.
Mm-hmm.
Orin is having to pass will saves to not fall over.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, one more thing.
And it hasn't happened yet, but Kira had vanished to be able to be undetectable. And
Mm-hmm. All right. So, as things currently stand, Zeke has Jean by the throat. He looks furious. He has blocked Baxter. He has an iron grip on Coyote's wrist. Juliet is on her knees, somewhere behind you. Dexter has stepped back and is holding his hands up. He wants no part of this. As Kira mentioned, no one's paying attention to Nicole, which is most unfortunate. Let me have everyone start off the right way and roll me a random.
Can I
Because
not?
we wouldn't have it any other way.
is
Oh,
it per
no!
character or is it just a random?
For each character.
Oh my god,
That is
Raven.
unfortunate.
That is insistently unfortunate.
I'm gonna do Kira first, and then
Nice!
Orin.
Who was that for, Baxter or Dexter?
Baxter.
Okay.
Do you want me to
Kira
do a roll
first.
for Dexter?
Per character.
Per character.
Are you rolling for Julie, or do you want me to roll for Julie?
I will roll for Julie.
That one's for
Okay.
Dexter.
Oh no. I got a 16. Don't worry about it, guys. This is fine. This is how I wanted to fucking go.
Yes, the consequences of your actions.
Shut up, you.
Should we introduce people?
Yes, we shall do so in just a moment, because I have a little
Okay.
bit of a scene to set for you.
Oh boy.
On the other
Oh,
side,
no.
we have Orin, who is facing down Chance. They are fighting and also flirting, because of course they are. Kira has vanished. Benji is still in the RV. Along with Adam and Jean's little sister, Izzy. They are hiding. They're currently in the RV bathroom with the door locked.
Oh no.
Adam has her hand over Izzy's mouth to keep her quiet. Because they've heard footsteps inside the RV. So, let's start off with these three. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself, Connor?
Hey, it's me! The guy from part 1. Except I'm not playing that guy from part 1. I'm playing the role of Chance McCormick today, featuring my homeboy Roll the Dice, because Chance blacked out last session. Woo!
You sure did. Jade, who are you here?
Well, if Benji's awake, I'm 3 people here potentially.
He's not
I'm
yet.
I'm Jade. I play Kira, and Orin is currently here as well. My delightful little bastard boy. I love him so.
Perfect. Orin, Chance, and Kira, roll me a notice.
Okie dokie. That's nice. Do I get any bonuses to notice with being blacked out?
+1.
Okay.
First is for Kira.
Okay.
And the second is going to be for Orin.
Orin, you're pretty preoccupied.
He is.
Um,
There's someone right there. He is just about to beat them.
He sure is. Chance and Kira, you hear, and you're not sure where you hear this from, somebody is singing.
Does it sound for Kira like they are in the RV?
It sounds like they're near the RV, but you can't quite tell where. As you are taking note of this happening, your phone rings.
Oh no. She answers it. She looks down and it's Lillian, so she's answering it.
Orin, roll a second notice. It's not hard to hear this. You hear the phone go off.
Oh, that's probably where the little shooting sniper is.
And roll a will save to stay conscious. Okay. You're doing okay so far. Orin, are you going to go after Kira, or are you going to stay on Chance?
Does Chance look like, especially with the addition of that voice, like Chance is actually something strong, or is it more this is something already beaten?
It looks like blacking out was a last resort.
Hmm.
The door of the RV opens. Inside, the lights are off.
Orin is going to focus on. Damn it, this one's a difficult. I think he's going to go for putting down Chance.
Okay.
Because with one down, there's only one to go, not two.
Correct. I just need to modify the turn order real quick, like. Okay. As the RV door opens, Benji staggers out. He is breathing heavily. The cancelers are missing. His eyes are bloodshot. And there's a needle mark in his neck. The singing fades.
Does Chance see Benji?
He sure does. And so does Kara.
Oh, that motherfucker.
Kara probably hangs up her phone seeing Benji's up.
Kara, Benji's
Yeah.
eyes fall on you. And he sprints at you. Meanwhile, let's check in with the other group real quick before we kick off the turn order again. Zeke, as mentioned, has Jean by the throat, off of the ground. Jean has lost consciousness at this point. Baxter has been blocked. Kaede's been grabbed by the wrist. And all of you may now roll a notice.
I don't even know what Heidi's nurse is.
Should probably pull up her sheet. And we're going to go down the list and introduce everybody. We'll start with the top. Senti, who are you?
I am Baxter Warren and Dexter Warren.
Next, Raven.
I'm Raven and I play Kaede.
Jean would be here, Malachor, but they are not feeling well at the moment and will hopefully be able to join us later on. We will find out. In the meantime, Jean has lost consciousness. All right. Kaede, you notice this. Baxter, are you going to bother rolling notice?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Wow.
We're
Why
off to a
even
good
bother,
start.
Baxter? Why even
Why
bother, Baxter?
even fucking bother?
Please take notice when you guys level up. For the love of God.
I'm going to.
This is why we can't have nice things, Baxter.
You shut up.
Well, Kaede, you notice this. You hear singing from somewhere in the woods nearby. It's the kind of singing that sounds like a creepy doll. The sort of singing you'd hear in a horror movie, and it makes your body go cold for a moment.
So it's just me and Baxter and Zeke right now?
Jean is unconscious, so yes. I mean, there's Dexter.
Jean's awake now.
Okay. Jean will be joining us in just a moment.
Kaede looks at Julie and she's like, get the fuck out of here. If you're not gonna help, get the fuck out of here.
As you look at Julie, she is on her knees and convulsing. Her eyes are bloodshot. And with your level of notice, you note that she has a needle track in her neck.
Baxter, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Is Julie just going around poisoning everyone?
Julie's not doing shit.
Oh.
Dexter. Roll a notice.
I need to bring up his sheet as well.
Dexter has notice. It's at a 2.
Yeah. No, it's at a 1.
Dexter Warren? I have it at a fair.
Wait.
I pulled up
Fuck,
the
I
most
have the
recent
wrong
one.
sheet.
Wow.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Dexter notices at the last possible second that somebody is standing behind him and feels the needle go into his neck. Nicole leans down to whisper, "We told you that you needed to act when you were told. So I guess I'll make sure you do." Dexter's vision swims, and his body shudders as he, too, begins to convulse. Zeke, holding Jean up by the throat, drops him and begins to laugh. Nicole steps away from Dexter and back into the shadows again. I will give everyone a moment to react, and then we will commence the turn order again.
Oh man, I hate you, Arcana. I fucking hate you. I just want you to know that.
Me sitting there going, man, this is very unfortunate. Rubs hands together.
Uh,
And here I was going to have Dexter go back and fight. But not anymore.
hmm.
Hmm. So, is everybody ready?
Yep.
I don't
No,
know
but
what to
we can do it
do,
anyway.
Dexter. I don't know what to do.
I think we should run.
I'm
Flee.
he's holding my wrist.
He
Oh,
is.
um,
I'm fucked. You just leave. It's fine. Just leave. You just leave, and it's fine. I'm dead anyway, Baxter. This is it. I'm dead. So let me go out how I want to, and you get the fuck out of here. Go find Kira. Get some help.
I think Baxter has a flashbang with them.
Do you?
Yeah, Baxter does.
All right. Let's give Jean another moment to go jump
Okay.
in here. Let me pull the turn order up.
Baxter, seriously, just leave.
All right. Turn order is now in VC text or
Okay.
voice chat or voice text or whatever we call it.
Whatever it is, yeah.
This channel where we dump shit in.
Yeah, I see it.
How's everybody feeling today?
Not
Oh,
great.
yourself.
fucking grand.
I have so much coffee.
Fuck.
I don't have enough Red Bull for this shit.
I have great fucking calves and a miserable fucking life.
Gene!
It's the boy, G.
I feel sick, but I'm here.
Welcome.
Hey.
Woo!
Welcome.
Sorry you were not feeling well, man.
It's okay.
Jean, to catch you up real quick, Zeke choked you out a little bit and dropped you to the floor.
All right, cool.
He doesn't
Gene
know
was
that.
probably mid-sentence of explaining how the air was leaving his lungs, and then he probably just dropped dead.
Did you know?
Oh God! Accidentally
Can
stumbles on that word set.
I
I get
would
Gene on that nonsense?
I'm
not advise speaking those words to him.
I'm just imagining Gene comes too, and it's just like, did you know that the human body can survive without oxygen for more than 180 seconds?
And did you know you suck dick? What?
All right, you all ready?
No.
Here goes. Before we begin, Zeke looks between Baxter and Jean and Kaede and says, I will ask you one more fucking time. Where is she? You have a moment to speak before he takes his turn.
Oh, I want to do it so bad. Oh, I want to do it so bad.
Then do it.
Oh. But
Do it.
I'm dead anyway. You know? Your fucking mom.
What?
You just your mom joke him?
Yep. That's all I've got. I'm tired.
Bull.
This is it. This is all I
Bold
got.
move. Bold move.
Very bold
Okay.
move.
Can I have
11 out of 10.
Gene,
Best insult.
like stir just a little bit?
Yes, Jean, you are conscious enough to be able to respond if you choose to.
Gene, like, he's on his back, kind of like possibly just like strung out, slowly like raises his head in the haze. He's like, I don't know who you're talking about, but I do know you're really bad at picking targets. Drops back down. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll get back up.
Baxter, do you say anything?
He just says, "Who are you looking for?" Like he doesn't know.
You know who I'm looking for.
I really don't.
How do you know we know who you're looking for?
He's your fucking leader.
Oh, you mean that crazy person?
Wow, Baxter.
Damn, shots
Ambria-
fucking fired.
Ambria hears this later on and is just like, huh.
Thanks,
Cracks
Baxter.
knuckles.
Where
Interesting fact.
the fuck is Ambria Gray? Anybody?
Gene slowly raises his hand. I think I know. Hang on, you kind of took me out a little bit, so I'm just. Gene sits up. Did you know that we were pretty close to just me dying instantly? That was actually really neat. It's a kind of it's still really cold. My fingers are kind of numb. I didn't bring my gloves. My gloves were left back in the RV.
Zeke's eye twitches.
Did you know? We don't know.
Did you know that you kind of picked the wrong group of kids to really ask these questions to? We're just kind of here in the RV. You see, I don't know. They don't know. You really, really overestimate how smart we are. But did you know that I think you're lovely, great, and awesome at wasting time?
Gene, I love you. It was nice knowing you.
What? You know, I salute you and your sacrifice.
So, what was that roll for?
That was just nothing. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So, Zeke's a little red in the face. He is irate. And has kind of put it together that, one, you're throwing him off of the trail, and two, she's not here. Clearly. And thus, do we commence combat once more. We are on round 3. As I mentioned to you all, everyone's fate points refreshed. Not just
Yay.
yours.
Everyone's.
Everyone's.
I already ticked that happily in Orin sheet. Does Orin get the extra fate for the recap or just Kira?
Just Kira.
Oh,
No, the bad guys don't need more bonuses.
I wanted a body count.
No, you're about to get one.
Wow.
Featuring Gene.
I am. No, chance.
Featuring Chance, featuring Roll the Dice. Homeboy!
Hey, Orin has always wanted to kill a voice. Hosts are a nice way to start.
I look forward to Orin being upset. So, we commence the turn order. Zeke is at the top of the round. Realizing that he has been essentially thrown. That he has spent the last month and a half or so on a wild goose chase. He is angry. He goes utterly silent. His eyes darken. He activates the next round of Hand of the Chosen. And his trouble activates. Pride goeth before the fall.
Well, we're fucked.
What?
He is 1, going to have to roll a will save. And then 2 is going to drop an AoE attack and hit all 3 of you. Because all of you have been running your mouth.
Did you know?
Dean, how many times did you say did you know?
At least 6.
At least he's honest about it.
Kaede. He has you by
Yeah.
the wrist.
Yeah.
You're about to become a human flail.
Oh god. I hate you.
The consequences of your actions. Alright, so Zeke is going to launch an AoE attack at Kaede, Baxter, and Jean by using Kaede to hit Baxter and Jean.
Wow.
Let's see. He's at 9.
What?
Roll your defense.
Okay.
Can I use agility? Or
You
not
can use
agility.
use athletics, you can use fight, or you can use physique.
Bah.
Okay.
Wait. No, that would be a 5 now. Mask ability, right?
Yes. So you got a 6. That's only a shift of 4. And Jean, you have to shift of 6 for you. Kaede, you're on a +1 for your Tit ability right now, so you have fight +5 if you choose to use fight.
I mean, I can't block that though.
You can try to mitigate the damage. Okay. So Kaede, he flings you and hucks you. He hits you, or he hits Jean with you, and then he throws you at Baxter. You and Baxter land in a small heap nearby. Jean, ow.
Jean just kind of goes limp again. Upon impact, his body just ragdolls back into the snow, buried somewhere beneath the wastes of white.
Okay, roll an athletics for me to try to catch yourself.
God. At least my athletics is a 3. Hold on, my computer's being stupid. Give me a second. Wait.
Okay.
2! Awesome!
You skid on the ground and then you roll a couple of times, but you're able to get back to your feet after a moment. That is Zeke's turn. It's your turn now, Kaede.
How much damage did I take? So
you took a shift of 4.
Okay, well that's a moderate consequence because I can't. Well, I could take 2 physical stress and 2 mild. I
Yes,
could do
you
that,
could.
right?
God,
Yes,
right?
you could do that.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. What's a mild consequence then?
The mild consequence is you've re-injured your leg. It's not
Oh,
severe,
I forgot.
but your leg hurts.
Okay, awesome. I forgot about my leg.
I already took a shift of 6. I took more damage prior to this in the last session.
How you doing, Jane?
I don't think he's alive.
You passing out did give you a moment to breathe, so it did clear your physical stress boxes.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Unfortunately, those boxes are all ticked again.
I mean, dodge.
That's fine. Jean, guest starring, guest appearance in this episode. I don't know where he is anymore, kids.
He's just
Raven.
laying on the fucking ground.
What?
He's somewhere.
Good
He's
voice
buried in the snow at this point.
I don't want to look at voice text.
Do it.
He got
What?
yeeted to Team 1.
Jean got yeeted to Team 1. Just rolls up on the hood of the Camino.
Fuck you guys. I don't like you anymore.
I feel like
just rolls up and like,
Kaede
"Oh,
would make
fuck!"
a better gun than a flail, and her ammo would be called Mouth Off.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Really?
So it's still heavily snowing, correct?
It is very much still heavily snowing.
All
I
right,
hate
cool.
it here.
Most likely, Jean fell out of the reach of the headlights from the van, and is
Yes.
somewhere in the ditch off to the side of this dirt road.
Jean, you have fallen into a snowbag. Nobody knows where
He's
you are anymore.
gone. I don't know where he is. I don't know where I am.
Hopefully in your chair.
No, my cat took my chair, so I'm in the yoga ball at the moment.
For some reason, I did not hear you say yoga ball. I heard you say unga ball.
Yeah.
Okay, but we decided on stream that Jean's voice name would be Unga Bunga.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's gonna be a long night. All right. Kaede, it is now your turn.
Did she like immediately know her leg's fucked?
You can feel the twinge, but you're full of adrenaline, so it's not slowing you down too much right now.
Okay. I don't know what to fucking do. Do I hear Julie? Or,
Yes.
Nicole? Do I hear Nicole?
Yes, you do.
Where is she?
Roll me a notice to see if you can locate her. Sorry, I've got food in my face.
My notice is a
3.
3, because I have notice, unlike some people. Baxter.
Shut up.
3.
Okay. You know that she is somewhere behind the van. She sounds like she's a little further off, probably in the woods. And she is laughing. At you, probably. So you know the direction in which she is.
Okay.
You want to try to fight her?
I'm thinking about it. She's kind of pissed. Was she the one that shot Julie? Did I see who shot her? I rolled a 5.
Yes, you did. You saw her very briefly in the headlights, take the shot at Julie and then vanish.
Okay, so that's what the little bitch is doing. Okay. Baxter, do you got this?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Okay, I'm gonna go hunt that little bitch.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go in the direction that Nicole went. Actually, before I do that, is Julie alive?
Yep, she's alive. She is not doing well, but she is.
Okay.
She's on her knees. She is upright, but she looks like she's fighting.
Okay. Would I know if Narcan would help?
Roll me a medicine.
Can I have bonuses because Ambria?
I'll give you a +1.
Okay. So that's just a 1. Oh my gosh.
You don't know what this is, but it's not what you think it is.
Okay. So that wouldn't help. I don't have anything that would help her.
Mm-mm.
Okay. That's what you get for running around with Ambria. I'm going to follow the singing then, and try to be. I'm just going to try to be quiet about it.
Okay. First, roll me a stealth.
Okay. Do I have? I got rid of that. I am stupid. Okay. Damn it. Yeah, I'm stupid. All right. My stealth is a 2.
Better than nothing.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus. Okay. Nicole is going to roll her notice. Okay, she doesn't see you. However, you must now roll a notice to locate her.
Oh god. She's got a 4.
Do You're having a hard time finding her. You know you're in the right area, but you're not 100% sure where she is.
Okay.
Both of you are kind of circling around each other. Do you want to take another action, or do you want to hold your action for now?
It's too late for me to make that a 6, isn't it?
Yes.
Damn it. Okay. I don't know exactly where she is, but I know that we're circling each other.
You know that she's close.
Okay. I'm gonna hold my action, and if she does anything that could like let me be aware of where she's at, then I'll do something.
Okay.
Did I get my knife back?
Roll me an athletics to see if you held on to it when Zeke hugged you. And he's gonna roll physique to see how far he threw you. Your knife is in the snow somewhere.
Oh, great. Okay.
How many things does Zeke have at 5?
He's boosted right now.
Ah.
Yeah. Zeke's athletics or his physique is normally a 4.
Okay, so if she does like anything that like any sort of movement that would let me say like tell where she's at, then I'm gonna do something about it.
Okay. That is Kaede. Next is Juliet. Juliet needs to pass a will save to do anything. Let's see. She is
I don't think her will's very high.
she's got a 3. She's not bad. 3. Juliet falls forward on her hands and is gasping for air. And you hear her through the snow and everything happening say, "You can't make me hurt her." And that is Juliet's turn. Next is Dexter. Dexter, likewise, must pass the will save. Unfortunately, Dexter does not have will.
He does not have will.
Dexter sinks to his knees. Baxter, as much as I hate to ask this of you, roll me a notice. I will, however, give you a +2 because he is your twin brother.
Like that's never gonna help him.
It's not going to do anything.
I gave you a +2!
Re-roll it, you idiot!
Re-roll it. Add a 2 to that.
Fine.
You have the ability.
Oh
my God.
Add 2.
You do
Do 2, Scrub!
Oh,
Fate
two.
+2!
2.
My bad.
Oh my God.
Oh my god. Just spent a fate point and increased that. Jesus Christ.
Baxter, you stare into the void for a minute, and then it clicks. Your brother's eyes shift. They go dark. Dexter's no longer home, and you know this. He staggers to his feet and turns to face you. And does not say anything.
Shit.
And then Dexter comes at you. And he is going to
Fight.
and he's going to attack you. Roll your defense. You block easily, or you dodge rather, quite easily. It looks like he is fighting back, but he's not doing well. He sort of struggles. You see his eyes flicker, but he's not fully there, and he's not able to fight back.
Would knocking them out like help with getting rid of that?
Possibly.
Okay.
Baxter, it's your turn. You're at 2 for your in her teeth ability now, because you successfully blocked.
Okie dokie. I am going to fight him. by
Oh
Okay.
my God, Baxter.
hitting him in the face.
Please don't die, Baxter.
All right, go ahead and roll it. You punch him straight in the face.
Wham.
He staggers backwards, holding his jaw. Let me tweak his sheet because his stress boxes are screwy. Okay. And you hit him for a shift of 3. He shudders again, says, "Don't make me do this," and then squares off again. Jean, how's it going over there in the snowbank?
It's pretty cold. It's pretty dark. Pretty
Poor
dark.
Gene.
I'm still trying to figure out how much damage I actually did take. So you said that it reset my stress, right? So
It
and I
reset your
took a
stress
shift-
boxes.
Okay, and I took a shift to 6. So
Yes.
I'm assuming I take 1 to 4, and then
Not necessarily. So
No?
you need to soak 6 points of stress. If you check your 4 box, then you only need to take another 2. So you can
Right.
check the 2 and the 4 and be okay.
okay. I think it's a mild consequence now.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're conscious. You're okay for
Still
now.
cold.
You're cold. What do you do?
Gene kind of throws himself up from the snow. Right, there's still a pile on his head. He's like, you know, you could have hit a little harder, but I'm surprised you didn't. Gene rubs his face and kind of takes a stock of where everyone else is,
Okay.
and then staggers to his feet and goes to I guess try to kick Zeke.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. Are you...
got
You're not going to activate your See the Grudge ability?
I thought it was already activated from last event.
No, he was going to activate it and then we took a break.
No.
He was busy talking shit.
I was busy talking shit. I wasn't sure if I could again, but yeah.
You haven't activated it yet for this fight.
Okay, then I will do that because
Okay.
Gene's taken a hit. Several hits.
Yes. Alright, you're at See the Grudge ×1, so you've got a bonus to your fight now.
Okay. I accidentally closed out of my sheet. This is awesome.
Perfect.
Alright, let me go back, scroll down to See the Grudge. So now I have, currently I'm at a +5 with my attack, with my fight.
Yes, you have a 5.
Gotcha.
Damn. Okay. Zeke blocks. But you hit a lot harder than he anticipated that you would. And so he's staring at you a little bit surprised.
What did I
And-
say? You either overestimate or you underestimate, but you can never really pick. I mean, you're here, you really shouldn't have been, but you chose to be here for how long?
His eye twitches again. Do you ever shut up?
You go see a
Did you
doctor
know?
for eye twitch, though, dude. I think that's really bad for your health.
Baxter's gonna make a comment. Did you know he never shuts up?
Oh no.
Boy. So, having hammered on this aspect of his multiple times now, triggers it. If one more fucking person says, "Did you know to me?" Zeke now takes a penalty to will saves with respect to self-control. And if he gets pissed enough, he's going to have another +1 to his fight.
Oh shit.
So maybe choose your words carefully.
Oh my god.
Saying that to Gene and Baxter. What choice of careful are they going to make?
No, maybe choosing life, for example.
Not that too.
Listen,
Okay.
Jean here has also come to the realization that Zeke is also, yes, dog, Zeke is on the wrong trail. And Jean finds that hilarious. Actually hilarious.
Oh dear.
Jean's just standing here going, I may die, but I can fuck with
Oh my
And-
god.
it. Will.
I appreciate
And
your
oh, he
honesty.
will.
Jean, we knew you well.
Jean.
That's fine.
You who are about to die, we salute you.
Zeke is almost trembling in rage at this point. His eyes are dark. His face is reddening. And his eyes drift over to where Orin went. And you hear him mutter under his breath, "Did that motherfucker know?" Orin, it's your turn.
Man, that motherfucker sure knew.
That's
But it's
incredible.
okay because right now he has Chance, who is just perfect to be able to take down. And since someone else is taking care of whoever his little sniper problem is, it's time to see if he can make Chance go night night.
All right. What do you do?
You know, honestly, it is at this point just a a very straight fight.
Okay, roll it.
He's going for just a total knock.
Roll your fight.
I'm rolling it. I had to look it up.
Okay.
I'm going to spend. He's going to spend a fate on that and make it a 7.
Cannot do that, go. Chance.
What's my
You-
boost in my fight for at home in a bar fight?
You are at +3 now.
+3?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was higher. Oh,
Was it higher?
yeah, it was like a 6 last time.
That was your total. What is your fight right now? What is your fight at base?
Jack shit.
Ah. Noted.
Yeah, that's why
Okay,
he's a talker, not a fighter.
That's right. Okay, you are at a +6. Go ahead and roll.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm gonna add a fate point to make that 8.
Okay. Are you both burning fate to increase?
Yep.
I mean, I can't. Nothing I can burn is going to make it more.
Okay. So, Chance, you block barely. Rule of thumb. Fate
Wait,
points...
no, hold on. Hold on.
No, hold on. Rule of thumb. Fate points are for burning on overcome rolls, not on combat rolls.
Okay.
So,
Question, because I
Yes.
forgot I have takedown activated. Does
Mhm.
takedown add a +2 for me?
yes, it does.
Okay, so I rolled incorrectly then. I was just doing straight fight instead of adding my takedown.
Reroll. Okay. That is a shift 2. Chance? Roll
Yes.
the dice is going to activate something for you.
Okay.
Where is the sheet? Where's the stunt quick sheet? There you are. Here we are. Okay. The activation is tough as nails. You shrug off your mild consequence and suddenly take another one.
Okay.
You have survived 1 round, but it's not going to last long.
Nope.
You have a dislocated jaw.
Okay.
Good. We need to get out of this.
So,
We
Chance, it is now your turn.
It is now my turn.
Oh, I forgot something.
What did you forget?
Orin, roll a will save.
Okay.
Your difficulty is going to increase the longer it's in your body.
God damn it.
You've been tranked, my dude.
Oh, come on, Discord, don't crash on me.
Okay. You're starting to stagger, but you're still conscious for now. Chance, it is now your turn.
It is now my turn. Got a bit of a dislocated jaw, so he's not really comfortable with talking, but I mean, the advice has been heard. He sees Benji book it for Kira, right?
Yep. It's not subtle. Yet.
If Chance was to break into a sprint, would he be able to race against time and pick her up?
Kira, your ninja vanish is broken because somebody called your phone.
Yeah.
So, you are publicly noticeable. Chance, if you roll a high enough athletics, yes, you may do that.
Do I have a focus check?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Do I get a boost to my athletics?
You get a +2.
I get a +2? Okay.
Okay.
Am I allowed to actually?
This is an
Fuck.
overcome check. You may burn fate for this.
It's an overcome check, but I also wanted to use my roll the dice ability because
Okay.
this seems like a very unachievable situation.
This is true. Okay. You may activate it.
I activate it, and I am also going to use another fate point to increase the value of that athletics check.
Okay. So you get a +5. You sprint at Kira and scoop her up. Benji is right behind you. If you choose to flurry a move action to try to get away, you may make 1 more athletics check at a -1.
At a -1?
-1 to your previous bonus, so you only get a +1.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I will take that chance.
Okay. Roll it.
That's a 4.
Okay. You put a little distance between you and Benji, but not much. Kira, you have been hoisted. How are you holding Kira, Chance? Is it bridal style? Did you throw her over your shoulder? What
Over the shoulder, so she has freedom of movement with her hands.
Okay. Kira, you are now over somebody's shoulder. How you doing?
Apparently, a 10-pound sack of rice.
You are small and therefore carryable.
Yes, apparently very portable.
What are you up to? Kira, real quick, roll me a notice.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll give you a +1 because this is your brother.
Okay.
Benji looks off, but you don't know why or how. You are a little preoccupied. All right. What do you do? What's your action?
I really, really appreciate what you're trying to do, but we're leaving the rest of them. Where are we going? You put me down.
Benji is sprinting after you, you see.
I mean, put me down later. Hold on. She's going to check her pockets and see if she's got anything like a rock that she can throw, because the look that he's got in his face is not exactly right. And she's going to try doing a rock throw to see if she can distract him, because it's either that or she fumbles around with her phone and she doesn't think that that's going to work, and she doesn't have any god rocks, and she's mumbling all of this aloud while she's doing it too.
Be a random. Let's see what you got in your pockets. You have a rock.
That rock is getting hooked.
Roll food.
Something I have.
Benji is going to attempt to dodge it. So athletics is only a 2, though. He narrowly avoids the rock, but he is forced to stop. And you put a significant amount of distance between you and Benji. Benji picks up that rock and tries to throw it back at you. Fortunately, Benji does not appear to have any shoots. Yeah, no. The rock falls short, and you leave Benji behind for a moment. And Kira, you notice that Benji sinks down to his knees.
Like, can I make a deduction that behavior is pretty much typical on stalker behavior?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Oh man. Okay, something. It's like he's sunbrained again. Why were the headphones off? Oh man. Oh, he better not have lost the headphones in the bathroom.
One last thing that you notice about Benji.
Yeah?
You do spot the needle mark in his neck.
Kira has no idea about what has happened to Benji. She suspects that something is up, but she has never gotten to be able to figure and dig in that.
This mark is fresh.
I think the blacked out chance when he's not blacked out can make a deduction as to what happened.
Somebody
He's a little busy.
hit him with something, but oh man, okay, so someone hit him with some. There wasn't anybody else there. The singing, whoever was singing, she's gonna quiet down and try to listen for whoever was singing to see if they're anywhere in the woods.
Okay, roll me a notice.
Can I spend a fate and increase that?
Yes, this is an overcome.
Okay.
Yes. You do, in fact, hear the singing. You can't quite pinpoint where it's coming from, except somewhere up ahead of you guys.
He's gonna start whispering, okay, Chance, there's somebody up ahead, and I think that's probably who hit Benji with something.
Not Chance, kiddo.
Oh!
I'll give him back in a minute. He's, in some pain.
Okay. Appreciate that. Pretty sure he'll appreciate that a lot more. So, Blackjack, we're gonna go with the short... I figured that he asked. That's usually a permission... Well, not necessarily a permissions thing, but okay, later on. I'm going to call you Blackjack because it's a lot shorter, and I don't want to do the name thing because you're already here. So, do you know anything about who was in that van? Is there somebody that we missed that has a penchant for shooting people with things and then probably drugs? Oh, man, they've got to be from Rediger. Rediger's got really good drugs. She inhales.
Those were a lot of words. Yes, there is someone here. I don't know who. I know that she was present when one of my hosts took a hit.
Okay. I think she's probably up ahead. She might be the person who's singing because there was singing back at the RV right before Benji was starting to go a little crazy. So it's probably related to that. Pretty good supposition there, at least. So I'll be quiet. And we've got to try to figure out and avoid the singing, or because you're not in good enough shape to be able to fight again. So we need to be able to if we can get close enough, I've got one more trank dart.
You got medical supplies by chance?
I've got a few actually, yeah. Because
Pull off to the side, help him, and then find your target. But do so quietly.
I think Kira died.
Kira's alive!
Sorry, my Discord decided to memory crash.
Oof. Well, you are back. Roll the dice said, use the medical supplies, help him, then go and find your target.
Okay, you're the one who's steering him, and he's the one who picked me up, so I need your cooperation there.
I need him to not get hit in the back, so give me a minute.
Okay. I've got 2 bandages on me.
Okay. Back at the top of the turn order. Zeke is staring off in the direction of the RV. He looks irate. He looks down at Jean. She's never been here, has she?
She visited once or twice.
How?
You think I'm gonna tell you? Why would I want to tell you? You're here. This is the greatest thing I've ever done so far.
Zeke is gonna roll to see if he punches Jean or goes after Orin. High for Jean, low for Orin. I'm gonna reroll. That's kind of in the middle.
We're dancing.
Let's go!
Alright, well, he's gonna punch Jean first. He'll go after
Orin.
Orin next round.
A bird in hand.
A Jean in hand.
A Jean in hand. He winds up and throws a punch at Jean. Wait, no, he doesn't. I need to roll a will save.
You see the number we're dancing around Arcana?
I'm aware.
It's the 10 within. 641 isn't there yet.
So that's not a good will save. Zeke looks down at Jean, looks back over at the RV, glances back towards Dexter, down to Julie. His eyes fix on Julie for a moment. All of you knew, didn't you? Julie laughs, painfully, because she is still convulsing.
Poor thing.
Zeke does not go after Jean. He winds up, pauses, and turns to hit Julie.
Ooh.
I hate you.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh!
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh my god!
Oh dear. Oh, poor Julie. Her athletics is a 2.
Oh no!
Ooh. Boo.
Oh!
Oh.
Oh no! Oh my! Oh, the inhumanity!
Somebody call a doctor.
Man, I think we're gonna have a death.
Call the ref! Stop! Stop! She's already dead!
Alright. So,
Oh.
Is she
Julie
dead?
takes... No, she's not dead. She's not doing well. Julie takes a punch right in the chest. You hear the cracking of bones as she flies back into the van and then slides to the ground. She takes a severe consequence of shattered solar plexus and a 3 physical stress box. She stays where she is. Zeke then turns on his heel, snarls, "That fucking bastard," and hauls ass into the woods as a move action.
Oh man, I'm so glad Zeke and Orin don't get along.
Is he allowed to do that?
He took an action and now he's taking his move action. And Zeke leaves.
Oh.
I hope you're ready to fight, Orin.
Oh yeah. Because that's gonna trigger his chosen abilities.
It sure is. Zeke still has 3 more instances where he can activate Hand of the Chorus, though.
That's fine. I haven't burned any of my activations on Orin.
So, that is Zeke's turn. He sprints off into the woods. However, you're not out of the woods yet, guys. Kaede,
Yeah.
you're on. Nicole has not yet moved. However, she is going to enter the turn order. Kaede, what is your athletics?
Probably better than hers.
What is it?
Uh,
Is it a 4 or better?
no, it's a 3.
All right.
Unfortunately.
Guess who goes before you?
Awesome.
Okay. Kaede, roll me a stealth. She's going to roll her notice.
Oh, fuck you.
Okay, she has no idea where you are, but she knows that you're nearby, so she's going to talk to you instead. Isn't that fun? So,
No. I am. Good luck finding me.
you can still hear. You hear
Your ears still work.
you hear a giggle somewhere in the woods. Roll me a notice. Okay.
Oh.
Up in the canopy, you can kind of see where she is sitting, and she's looking down at you. She smiles. Oh, you're the one. Oh, this is fun.
Does she know where I am?
She seems to have an idea about where in the general vicinity of where you are, but she knows who you are. She spotted you before you had stepped into stealth. She doesn't know where you are physically right now, but she knows that you're here.
Okay. And if I take a shot, she's gonna know exactly where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. She continues to smile, and you can kind of see her up in the trees, between branches. You know that as soon as we get back, all your friends are gonna die, right? She's provoking you.
I
It's a
will say
3.
then.
Yes, we did. Roll your will. You've been provoked. You take 1 mental stress.
This is not good.
It is now your turn, Kaede. What do you do?
Um. I'm thinking.
Take your time.
I need to figure out how to approach this because I can approach this in one of 2 ways,
Mm-hmm.
and I need to decide what way that I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Because I don't want to get stabbed by that shit. Because I don't know how it's gonna react with everything Kaide's been through.
Right.
So I really don't need her to see me, but I really want that bitch to fall out the fucking tree. I'm gonna knock her out of the tree so fucking bad. Is there a way? How far up is she?
She's a good 10 to 15 feet up. She's in the bigger branches of a large fir tree.
Okay. And it's been snowing, right?
It has.
So technically, she really wouldn't have that good of balance if the tree was icy, right?
If the tree was icy, but she seems... The trick is that this is a fir tree, and so it's not bare. It's still got needles on it that she's using for traction.
Damn it. Okay. I don't know what to do.
You could take a shot at her and try to stay in stealth.
Yeah, can I do that?
Go for it. Go ahead and roll stealth first. Actually, roll your shoot first and then roll stealth.
Okay. Are these trank darts or are these like crossbow bolts?
You don't have crossbow bolts yourself, so you only have
Okay.
tranks.
Okay. I need to find some. That's my shoot.
Okay. Gonna roll. Go ahead and roll yourself one more time to stay hidden. Okay. Gonna roll her
God damn
notice.
it.
Okay. She notices the shot.
And me.
And the 4 was your shot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. The bolt grazes her leg, or the trank dart grazes her leg, and she rolls will. And she slumps against the tree for a moment, but she's holding on to it. And she starts to giggle. I see you.
Do I still have a move action?
You do. If you roll athletics, you can roll, or you can move quickly, or attempt to.
Okay. I'm gonna start heading back towards the RV.
Roll your athletics. Yeah. You, in fact, run into Chance and Kira, who is slung over Chance's shoulder.
Kira is digging for bandages.
Chance
What's
looks like
going on?
shit.
Oh, what about my leg?
Your leg is not doing hot, but you're running on it anyway.
Okay. What is he okay?
Chance's eyes are quivering, like his irises. You could probably pretty
Mhm.
easily tell that he's blacked out.
It's blackout. It's blackjack though.
Okay.
See?
Hi. I have a first aid kit. Do you want me to use it?
That will have to occupy another turn, so we will move on
Okay.
first.
I
Next
can
is
just get
Julie.
Kira.
Uh-oh. Julie tries to get up and cannot. She's having a hard time breathing. She sort of slumps back against the car, or the van. And as the pain overtakes her, so do the drugs. Her eyes roll back, and she stands up and looks at Jane.
Oh no.
She then runs at Jean. Not that she's going to do much to you, but she does run at Jean and she throws a swing. Poorly.
Jean is kind of like still flabbergasted. Zeke is just sped off. But let's see. Jean's like, he's got hi.
Yeah, no. You block that like it's nothing.
Swats it away. It's like, can I help you? I was in the middle of something.
She kind of lurches and just whispers, knock me out.
Say no more.
Bruh.
Next is Dexter, who is still staring at Baxter with dead eyes, and he comes at you again. All right, Baxter, roll your defense, whatever that may be. Baxter.
Wonder Twins.
Baxter.
He's
He
dead.
might be AFK since his Discord is yellow.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
Did he just fuck off in the middle of combat?
Something might have, for him to do that, something would have happened.
Okay. Does anybody know what his fucking athletics is? It's a 4, right?
It's a 4 or a 3. I think it's a 4.
Somebody roll for him.
I got it.
Thank you.
We'll give him a 4.
Baxter blocks pretty easily. Baxter's turn is going to be held for now because Baxter disappeared
In the middle of
in,
combat.
in the middle of combat. Jean, you're up. What do you do?
Gene's going to oblige and go to. Do I have takedown? I do not have takedown. Oh wait, no, I have the deck for takedown. I guess.
You can
Would
activate
that
takedown.
work? Yeah. Okay.
You can activate takedown to give yourself a +2 because Julie is not she's not a lucid or a sleeper. It just gives you a +2 to your fight.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay.
Jeet's going to go activate his takedown and take down Julie. I guess. Like you asked.
Come and roll. So you got see the grudge ×1, and then takedown is active, so that gives you a +3 to whatever your fight is.
+3 to 7. Let's go.
7. I think.
Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, she's down.
That's a 9.
That's yeah. That's a
Jean
that's a shift of
sweeps.
8.
Dream sweeps around and just knocks her at the back of the neck with his elbow. Go to sleep, please. Thank you.
Julie hits the ground face down and stops moving.
I'm sure that'll be a bruise when she wakes up.
All right.
Probably. I mean, it was kind of snow, so I guess maybe.
Lauren, roll me a notice.
Okay. Let's see. There's my notice.
You hear somebody coming towards you. Roll me a will save.
Oh. Man, I wasn't ready for a kaiju fight this session, but here we are.
That's a low will.
It sure is. This is an overcome. You may burn fate if you choose.
I'm gonna burn fate to reroll it.
Okay, go for it.
Because I think I need more than just 3 to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
Well, Orin, you feel yourself sink to a knee. The sedative is burning through you, and you're having a hard time concentrating entirely. But you can hear somebody coming at you. What do you do? What action does Orin take? You're still conscious. You can still act
Okay.
for now.
In this particular case, is this actually a way that he can activate his chosen ability?
Yes.
Because he's going to do that and square off with that and basically do that.
Okay. You're at Hunt Strong ×1.
Okay.
So you've activated your chosen ability. Do you do anything else?
Since he has no idea who is coming, on his belief, it's probably the other kids reinforcing because the other folks are pretty incompetent. So what what he's going to do is the door to the RV is still open, isn't it?
Sure is.
He's going to go to the RV because, man, these are kids and they have supplies. He wants to see what he can use.
Okay. What are you looking for?
He's looking for anything like baseball bat, crowbar, because he's going to, at the moment, try to get back into stealth if he can get himself a weapon.
Okay. Roll and investigate.
Okay.
Most of the supplies of these kids are packed away pretty well. You're having a hard time finding much. That said, roll me a notice. You hear the faintest sound coming from the bathroom.
Oh, there's more of them. Orin is going to crouch down so that it's not easy to see that he's inside the RV.
Mhm.
And he's going to go to the bathroom and he's going to open the door.
The door is locked.
Put his shoulder to the door, lean against it slightly, and go, I don't know who's in there. It's all right. I understand you've got the door locked, and I'm not one of the people you've been traveling with. But do you really think staying inside of there is the best idea? You can't run.
Are you provoking them?
More like he's trying to intimidate and taunt them.
That's a provoke. Go ahead and roll provoke.
Okay.
You hear two things. One of them is a tiny voice, and it's a whimper. The other one, less tiny, just spits back, "Fuck you!"
I'm in a place with maybe dinner and a face.
Was that Adam?
That was Adam. Chance, what are you doing, buddy?
Trying to find a place for us to duck and cover.
You run into Kaede, who is holding out a medical kit for Kira. As you guys are standing here, Zeke sprints past you.
Is that?
Should we go deal with that?
Shh, quiet. I can't say anything, but I would hope that roll the dice would.
Hush.
Why would we go help? The RV. Oh God, the others at the RV. We've got to go back.
I am in pain.
Heal him first.
I've got bandages. There's a first aid kit. He's going to get healed, and then we're going to go back to the RV.
Chance, do you have any bandages on your person?
Let's see. Let's look at my consequences right now. I think I'm going to need a little bit more than that. So I have ignored a black eye, I have a dislocated jaw, I have a broken nose, and I have some cracked ribs.
Look, these are Red Acre bandages. Buck up.
I don't know the quality of Red Acre bandages.
Rub some
Kira
dirt in it,
does.
you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm blacked out. There's nothing I can do. You're literally just patching up a war machine right now. It's it.
Look, you got a few minutes. Shit's gonna hit the fan. There's something coming. Get him patched up. Get your friends back together. Get the fuck going.
I'm working on it.
Oh,
I literally.
shit.
What?
There's a leak in the gas tank, isn't there?
Yes.
Fuck. Hold on.
Plus, there was the tracker. What do you mean, hold on?
Chance, you snap awake.
Chance?
Hey, there are your eyes. Great. Set me down. Okay? Down.
He slumps to the ground. Oh.
Oh, that works.
Kira, heal him.
I'm working on it.
All right.
But
So,
I know how to-
Chance, your move action is to sit down.
My move action is to sit the fuck down and try to fix my jaw because it's dislocated.
All right. Now I have a request. I have a question.
Yes.
So I don't have medicine for Kira, but I do have crafts.
Chance is not a robot, first of
Splash
all.
some iodine on that shit. There you go.
Secondly, you have spent a lot of time with Ambria, and you've seen her patch people up. I will give you, with the first aid kit, a +1 to your medicine.
Here, that gives me a 1.
Let me look at the items, things. Hang on. First aid kit has 2 charges, counts as a full action, heals up to 5 shifts of damage.
Oh, nice.
So you understand the fundamentals of using a first aid kit. You have enough medicine to be able to use it. You are able to use your entire turn to heal 5 shifts of damage on Chance. Do you choose to do that?
Yes, absolutely. she's gonna pass her bandages over to Kaede for Kaede to hold
Before-
them while she deals with that.
Before she does that, may I, in my attempt in a broken state, try to say that she can do it. Please fucking help me and use rapport to boost her medicine.
You don't need to roll medicine to do heal.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
can use the first aid kit. You understand how it functions. You are able to heal 5 shifts of damage from chance.
That's good. That's a
Kara
lot
has
of
spent
damage.
way too much time in the boxcar.
If you want to roll medicine to try to add to that, under the understanding that if you roll a negative, it will take away from that, you may do so.
How bad does Chance look? Because Kara watched him get beat down.
I literally had 1 box of physical stress left. After that,
he's-
he was down.
He's not doing hot.
Kara's gonna take the chance on it.
Can I use
Because
rapport
if
to
she
boost that?
can try to get something better for him than just that, using every little trick she's learned from boxcar living, she's gonna.
I'd help her because Ambria.
You can help her. Chance, you can try to roll rapport to see if you can inspire more medical help.
Okay.
What do I roll?
You roll +2 for
Ooh.
medicine.
That's a 4 for rapport.
Okay, Kira, you get a +2 in addition to your +1.
Okay, so that puts me up at a +3.
Ooh.
Okay. And then with Kaede's addition, you get +5 total.
Okay. Now this can all backfire horribly on us.
It sure could.
But okay.
Okay. You are able to heal 8 shifts of damage for Chance.
Nice.
So Chance, you may take out up to 8 shifts. So you can recover physical stress, or you can recover from consequences.
I'm gonna go ahead and take back my physical stress.
Okay. You are able to pop his jaw back into place.
Oh,
She'll pinch the nose so he shouts less loudly.
That particular consequence is injured jaw.
Injured jaw now. Okay.
Yes. It is healing, but, Okay, that is Kira's turn. Benji is going to roll a notice to see if he can find you. And his notice is a 1, so it's not likely. Nope.
Yep.
Benji has no fucking clue where you went. And we return to the top of the turn order. Zeke's gonna roll a will save. At a disadvantage, because several of his aspects are triggered. Ooh, good. He arrives at the RV. Orin, roll stealth.
Okay.
And a notice.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do stealth first.
Stealth first. Okay. Alright, he has not seen you yet.
And there's my notice.
Okay. You hear Zeke. You don't see Zeke. You hear him snarl, "Get the fuck out here, Orin."
Orin's gonna lean back into the bathroom door and go, might want to stay real quiet because I'm not the one you need to worry about. And he'll leave the bathroom that they're locked in.
Okay. Zeke holds his action until Orin moves. Orin, you can tell, he's... angry is the wrong word. he's a cusp or a shade shy of nuclear. He is not playing. He does, however, activate another round of Hand of the Chorus.
Oh no.
He is unbelievably angry. He is going to say, however, out loud, "How long have you known? How fucking long have you been running me in a circle, you fucking bastard?" Did they know? Does Orin respond?
No, because Orin wants to get behind Zeke before he's going to say anything.
Okay. Next is Nicole.
Oh no. I forgot about Nicole again.
Y'all need to quit forgetting about Nicole. Up in the tree, she injects herself with something. Shudders. Takes a slow breath. And climbs down. Perfectly fine. Baxter and Jean, I hate to ask this, roll me on notice.
You got it. I'm here. I'm here to roll.
Yeah.
Oh, you see
Let me-
things for once.
I'll roll for Baxter.
I could see.
Hey, look, it's par for the course.
Baxter continues to see fuck all.
Baxter's currently looking at how lovely the snow looks at this point.
Baxter's very preoccupied with the twin attempting to kill him against his will.
Man, it really is Metal Gear Rising over there, huh?
He's just standing there, realizing that just like him, he was trying to make history.
God damn it. Jean, you notice, for the first time ever, that there's people around you. Things are happening. Holy shit! The world exists!
The world outside of my own personal conflict is here!
Your personal bubble gives way for you to see things around you. And you notice a girl with blonde, like white blonde pigtails, and an eerie smile step out of the shadows.
How long have you been there?
A while. And she lifts a gun.
Oh, she's got a gun!
Don't worry, it's not a real gun. And she fires at Jean. Jean, what she has is a trank gun. What's in those trank darts, though, that's another matter. So she is going to roll her shoot, which I believe is a 3. Yes. Roll athletics to dodge.
All right.
Jean, please.
You
God.
narrowly avoid this thing. You feel it whip past the side of your cheek, and it clatters into a tree as a dart
Matrix
full of
loves that bitch.
something flies past you.
Jean like barely dodges it, and just kind of like comes back to a stand, hands at like the A post as he looks over to her. Is like, that was close. I don't want that. I don't want I don't want that. That sounds bad. I'm gonna and he runs for the van.
The van or the RV?
The van.
The van?
You know,
Okay.
The van specifically.
Okay. That was Nicole. Kaede, you're up.
Does Kaede hear the shot?
No. It is silenced.
Jean's Lily. What year is it?
You do hear Jean's chatter in the background, but you're not sure what he's talking about or who he's talking to. You could probably guess.
Gene's talking to the voices in his head.
Um,
And it's not any of the voices we recognize. It's his own demons.
how far away am I from Jean?
A good 30, 40 feet.
What would I have to roll to just like run at this bitch and just fucking pop her in the back of the head?
You would need to pass a high athletics check.
Which I probably can't do.
You did see Zeke sprint past though, so you're not sure what's going on with that.
Mm-hmm. I have a really bad idea.
Go on. You gonna pull a Baxter?
Actually, okay, I'm gonna start making my way back to Jean. How long is it gonna take me to get there?
It will take you 2 turns unless you roll a decent athletics check this round. So go ahead and roll your athletics.
Okay. I have a plan.
Okay.
I have a plan.
Would you like to communicate this plan to Gene, who you are walking towards?
Hold on. Let me see if I can make this work.
You
That's a
make
5.
it most of the way there. You can see Jean, you can see
I
Nicole.
wanna. Okay. I'm gonna pull out the pepper spray that I have.
Okay.
And I want to sneak up behind Nicole and just dump it in her face.
Okay. You're gonna have to really, really hammer home that sneak. But you will have to do that next round because you're not quite close enough to get to
Okay.
her.
Does she know I'm behind her?
Roll me.
I'm trying.
Roll me a stealth.
Okay. Shit. Either way, this is getting tossed in her face. Yeah.
She knows you're there.
Okay, well, then I'm uncapping this and hiding it behind my back, because next round I'm tossing this in her fucking face. Or if she gets near me. If she gets near me, I'm tossing this in her face.
Can't believe we're committing war crimes.
It is Julie's turn. Julie's down. She does not look good.
Face down in the snow. Pass down.
She does not have a popsicle stuck in her mouth.
Damn! Damn it.
Dexter, who is still drugged and is still fighting, now needs to roll a will save, which I believe he does not have. He sure don't. Oops. Yep, he's just gonna keep attacking Baxter. Chance, you want to roll for Baxter for me?
Sure. Athletics is a 4.
His
I believe.
athletics is a 4, yes. Okay. Continues to dodge. I'm sure that there's some kind of discussion happening between Dexter and Baxter. I'm sure it's very touching as Baxter tries to help his twin brother stop attempting to attack him. Whatever is happening, we have no idea because Baxter vanished.
It's either touching or terrible.
Yes. There is no in between. I guess it could be both.
Have him write up something later.
Baxter is going to continue to hold his action for now because he is not here. And we move on to Jean. Jean, what are you doing?
I'm stealing the van.
Okay. There's no keys in it.
Why? Okay, that's fine. That's even better.
Is it?
Black and yellow, black and yellow. Bumblebee goes.
Jean is going to rush towards the van.
Okay.
And get into. God, I hope there's no one else in this van because this is gonna be great. Jean goes to. He's gonna attempt to hotwire the van and drive it away. So.
All right. First of all, there is one other person in the van, but you don't know that she's there.
That's the perfect. That's even better.
All right. Second of all, roll crafts.
You got it. Luckily, I have something in crafts.
Do you?
It's a 1!
Roll it.
Fuck!
Nah.
Oh no!
The headlights of the van flicker and then go out,
Jean
plunging
like, peeks
everyone
head out
into
from
darkness.
underneath. Well, that's one thing I wanted to do. And now everyone's fucked.
And now no one can see a damn thing.
No one can see. The van's headlights were the only illumination we had.
Correct. And now you can't see shit.
That's fine.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get to the bottom of the turn order, and we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. Oren, it's your turn, buddy. What you doing?
Everyone
Well-
in Red Acre. Theft.
Yeah. Am I wrong?
I'm gonna continue to holler.
Orin is sneaking out of the van because Zeke is there. So he wants to get right up behind Zeke and try to get him in a chokehold when he speaks.
Okay. Roll me your stealth.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. He doesn't know where you are yet.
Okay. Is the chokehold going to be athletics?
No, it will be physique.
Physique.
Mhm.
That's fine. I still have a +1 to that.
Okay, roll it.
It's only a 3, but still.
Roll it. As you go to grab Zeke, Grappler activates and he throws you off. He is breathing heavily. He is angry, and he asks again, "You've been doing it the whole fucking time, haven't you?"
Yeah.
"I'm going to kill you."
You're welcome to try.
Hands. What you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling much better now.
Okay.
A little bit. I'm gonna get up.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna roll my shoulders and pull my ribs again. Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are probably not gonna be able to take the RV the rest of the way.
I mean, we can. It's just well, all we need to do is get the. I mean, we're gonna need to get to a shop. We're gonna need. We can't
Right.
repair it.
But I can't turn it on because there's no fuel anymore.
This is like off of a park road. There's camping. That means there's gonna be fuel places.
Yes. So we have to leave it behind, but for now we gotta go get those kids out.
I know. That's why we're gonna go back now that you're no longer bleeding and you can talk with coherent words. Also, do you have any idea why Zeke just decided to book it?
You were a little more important in my book than the other two. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. And Chance is just gonna hurry. It's just gonna move quietly forward, trying to keep out of sight.
Okay. Where are you headed?
Back to the RV.
Okay. If you're trying to stay out of sight, roll me a stealth.
Okay. That is the direct message with my girlfriend. Don't want that. At the deuce.
Okay. You are slipping along towards the RV. You see Zeke and Orin sort of squaring up.
What side of the RV are they squaring up on?
The side near the door.
Okay. Chance is gonna lean back on a tree and he's gonna look for the other side, see if it's open.
You can try to sneak over to it. There's a good chance that someone's going to spot you, but you're also not sure if they're going to care at this point.
It's not them that I'm worried about. If they're going toe to toe, it's Benji that I'm worried about.
This is true. And Benji needs to roll a notice. Fortunately, his notice is trash. He has an idea about the fact that you've gone back, but he doesn't know where you are yet. You can hear Benji moving back towards you.
Is Kira still with me?
Kira?
She's the one thing is she is definitely heading back to the RV, but probably not for the reason that Chance is going to think is worthwhile.
It's the book, isn't it? God damn it.
You know, I respect it.
She promised that
I
she would
did-
keep that thing safe. The only reason that she didn't have it with her is because she was literally under the RV trying to get the tracker out. So that was why it didn't make sense for me to have her have it with her.
Yep.
But otherwise, that thing is going to be glued to her hip.
Okay.
Okay.
But she's going back quietly.
Okay. Chance, you do make it towards the back door. You see the other two squaring off. They probably notice you pretty easily. That they don't seem to care. At least Zeke doesn't.
I'd like to check my pockets and use resources to try and find a lockpick.
The door's open.
The back door is open?
The back door is open.
Okay, we're just gonna open up the back door and hop in.
Okay. You are now in the RV. Kira, what you doing?
She is sneaking, and also she's got the last drink dirt that she has, because she shot Orin. One of them is lost, and she'll probably have to try to look for it in the morning. But she still doesn't know what's going on with Benji, and the only thing that she knows how to do right now is put him back to sleep.
Okay. Are you gonna try to find Benji?
She's heading back to the RV. She's got the dart ready. If she sees Benji on the way, she's going to use it.
Okay. Roll me a notice.
Okay.
Benji's going to roll stealth. Nope, you have no idea where he is.
That's okay. The RV is there. Kira's heading for the RV.
Okay.
This is the only time where there is maybe the unfortunate, oh no, I've got red hair.
Yep. Are you sneaking? You are sneaking, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a moment. I need to have Zeke roll a notice.
Oh no.
Do I need to roll my stealth?
Yes, you do.
I think my GPU is dying. Hang on, guys.
Oh no.
Oh, good. As you approach, you feel Zeke's eyes before you see them as he turns and stares at you. And it takes him a moment, and you see him step towards you and then stop as he realizes you're the wrong one.
Just gonna look and go,
Oh no.
hey, is that a new scar?
He does have a new scar on his face, actually.
Is that a new scar? Did she give that one to you too?
Kira.
Oh no.
God.
Kira!
Oh my god.
Chance is over at the bathroom door. Just hears this like, what?
Kira!
She just kind of claps her hands together, doing the, did she give that one to you too? Man, was it with the flashbang again?
Hi.
Have you no sense of self-preservation?
No!
No, because Jean doesn't either.
You know she doesn't. She fucking dabbles in old tongue and she'll talk with any voice that exists. What sense of self-preservation does she have?
Okay, well, you've just hit.
Please help me.
You've just triggered 2 more of his fucking aspects
How?
by opening your mouth.
Oh God, chances. Oh, you need to work on your poker face, honey. Oh,
Poker face? I don't play poker. I don't play anything.
that's the point.
But no, really. Like, did she?
Stop talking shit.
I'm not talking shit. I'm asking him a question.
You're still talking shit, even
The
if you don't think you are. Stop it.
The last time I saw him, we were kicking his face in as we were leaving Red Acre. So it's great to catch up.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
Did you not see that they were duking it out?
Yeah, but the other guy's on the ground, and I shot him in the butt with the trank dart. He'll be fine.
Doesn't matter. You blew our cover.
Kira.
They didn't give a shit about us, and now you blew it.
Kira.
Oh, okay. Sorry. She just smiles.
I love Kira so much.
She just does the smile.
Kira, you precious
Kira.
baby.
Kira, for the love of God.
Alright.
Oh. Fuck. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh God.
Zeke's expression goes blank as he stares at you. And it feels like he is staring through you. And you hear the crunching of snow just behind you as a hand lay on your shoulder. As Benji knows where you are now because you opened your mouth.
That's a problem. Can she get to the trank dart?
Roll me. Roll me in athletics to see how your reflexes are.
Kira.
I mean, it's better than negative.
Better than negative. That's better than negative. But we'll take it.
Man, I haven't even had to roll provoke.
You didn't need to. So,
Yeah.
Orin, before we move forward, roll me another will save.
Okay.
You're having trouble moving forward. Your legs are kind of wobbly. Even with the hunter's ability coursing through you, so is the trank. The sedative is nasty.
Okay.
Zeke turns to face Kira. You hear his knuckles crack. He is clenching his jaw so hard that he very nearly cracks his teeth. It probably occurs to you that Zeke has been on a wild goose chase for more than a month, and you're all he found. And then you opened your mouth.
He's probably really disappointed right now. Okay.
It's fine.
Disappointed would
Really?
Disappointed would not be the word I would use.
He's being polite. Otherwise, she'd have to say he's ducking mad, and then Baxter will quack.
The quackening comes back just with a vengeance.
Oh, hey, he's back!
There he is!
Hey, there he is! All you
Hello!
had to do was quack and it summoned him again. Welcome back, Baxter.
So,
Are you okay?
yeah. Okay, good.
So, let us recap where we are, shall we?
Previously.
Baxter, you're
guys.
still being attacked by your twin, who is drugged and who has been trying to fight it off, but, he has no will. So that's fun. Chance has been healed a little bit. He's still not doing awesome. He is in the RV. Kira,
Kira got back to the RV, saw that there was Zeke there, and the very first thing she said is, I haven't seen you since Redacre. Is that a new scar?
Yeah.
And then she asked if Ambria gave him that one too.
to say that Zeke is livid is a wild understatement. He is trembling in rage. One, because you reminded him of who did give him that scar. Somebody he hates a lot. Somebody who is also standing between him and his hunt target. And you reminded him that she gave him the first one. And that he went through all of this trouble, and all he found is you. The wrong redhead.
Okay. That's often her lot in life.
My God.
Meanwhile, Baxter, you didn't notice shit because you never notice shit. Nicole has stepped out of the shadows and has a gun and pointed it at Jean and very narrowly missed. However, it's not an actual firearm, it's a trank gun.
Can you imagine if she just actually just fucking
fucking capped Jean.
Just capped Jean right then and there. And I'm like, I wouldn't even be mad. I was like, you know what? That's completely an understandable decision, and I respect it.
Nicole is facing you. Julie is down. Jean attempted to hotwire this van and failed. And now everything around you is dark because he also blew the headlights.
That's my favorite part.
Is that a good summary of the fuckfest that we are currently facing? Because it's about to get
it-
worse, kids. Everybody roll me a notice.
Yeah, isn't there that storm that's coming?
Everyone roll me a notice.
Everyone, okay.
Everyone.
No.
Oh, okay.
Fuck you.
Death approaches. Abandon all hope. Ye who enter here.
Okay. So my first was Kira, the second is Orin.
Okay.
That makes sense given how tired he is.
Mm-hmm. Has everybody rolled?
I believe so.
Art for the course.
Wait.
This is Dexter.
This is Will?
No, this is notice. Dexter also does not notice. Julie can't notice shit, as Julie's on her face.
She's enjoying the snow.
Dexter
She's enjoying
has
the
noticed.
snow at the moment.
Dexter has notice of it too, but he still doesn't notice shit.
That's
being
true.
that he got a 0. And finally, Nicole.
Did Kira notice?
Hold on.
Okay.
Kira?
Yeah.
Let's see, who hears this? Chance? Kira? Zeke? That's it. Ooh.
I didn't hear it with a 3.
You didn't hear it with a 3. Yet.
Oh.
Chance, Kira, and Zeke. As Zeke goes to open his mouth and reply, he stops. You hear, very, very faintly in the distance, footsteps through the snow.
Uh-oh.
And as the footsteps grow nearer and nearer to you, so too does static begin to flood your ears.
Oh no.
Oh, yep, I knew it.
Oh,
All right,
shit.
I'm making the will save. Here we go.
It's probably not going to work, but can Kira try drawing the ward in the snow?
I'll let you roll a lore.
Okay.
However, everyone else begins to hear something
A cat.
besides the cat.
Aside from my cat, I'm sorry.
Besides the cat.
Pip, it's its own magical source.
No, no, not again.
Yes, again, no! Ding, ding, ding,
God
ding,
damn it.
ding, 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 ding.
Oof.
The porch, quote unquote, light of the RV begins to flicker. In the dark, Nicole smiles. And that is where we will pause for 5 to 10 minutes for a quick break. Alright. Let's take a quick 5 or 10 minute break. We'll start coming back at 10 after, and we will proceed to the end of this scene.
Okay. Ah.
It's fine. Alright. We will be right back.
Yo, Danimals.
Animal. Neat.
That's all you can see.
We're back. Hello,
We're
everyone.
back, everyone.
Let's go.
Check it out. All right, so. I will remind all of you that your actions have consequences, including the shit that comes out of your mouth. Kira, Kaede, Jane.
Hey,
Real
no,
life.
no, you
Kira
keep my
does
name out of your
not
dirty
realize.
mouth. I have
The
been
defense
good.
does not help the situation.
Arcana, I have been good.
For now.
Does not help the situation.
I recognize my
like-
cardinal sins, and I still expect nothing.
Yep.
Look, I've been good for now. I haven't talked shit. I want credit.
You're not getting credit.
There
Credit?
is no credit to be had with
There
us.
is no credit to be had. This ain't no etch a sketch, home skillet. This ain't no doodle that can be undid.
Etch a sketch? What? Alright, well, we're back. Okay. So, quick
This is gonna be
recap.
your favorite.
Quick recap. These children, many of whom have run their mouths today. A lot.
I haven't.
Yet. Session's not over yet. Zeke has turned to face Kira. Because Kira has just activated the other two negative fucking aspects that he has on his person, reminding him of the one person he wants more than anything to simply kill. He has no interest in trophies. He has no interest in the hunt. He wants this man dead. The other one is his hunt target, who he has been obsessively chasing for 6 months or so, and has yet to actually catch. Kira, why?
He doesn't realize.
There are consequences to your actions.
And words.
She doesn't realize that it's a taunt.
I think that's my favorite. That's my favorite part.
So, everyone has heard the music box.
Did the word help?
What did you roll?
A 4.
It kind of helped. You.
Well, sorry, Chance.
It's fine. It's fine. You know,
Oh,
I'm just trying to save the two little ones here. You're just busy talking shit.
No, she's doing that because hopefully the word would make it safer for everyone. She's working on it. Fighting against voices with old tongue shit is hard, okay?
Zeke locks up. His shoulders go stiff. He glances over his shoulder at Orin, who he doesn't seem to have noticed. Balder, no. Hold on a moment. I'm going to ask James to call his son. Everyone roll a will save now.
Do I have any
Oh,
bonuses
boy.
to my will right now?
You're at TID +1, so yes, you have a +1.
Does
Okay.
Kira have a bonus with the lore?
Not with lore. You do with the ward. You have a +1.
Yeah, no, yeah. So do I get
Is this
a
an overcome?
This is an overcome.
I'm gonna burn a fate point to add 2 to that.
Okay.
is that a +1 for the ward?
I think I'm going to
that
add.
is a +1.
I mean, use a fate point on that 0.
Oh god. I'm re-rolling that.
Oh.
I'm gonna spend fate to re-roll that.
Okay.
There, that's actually better.
Okay.
Do I need to roll it for Benji as well? Or are you rolling for Benji?
I will go ahead and roll Benji.
Okay, I'm rolling Orin right now.
Dexter does not have will. And somehow did better than Baxter did. Somehow.
It's the toxins inside of him.
Nicole. And Zeke. Zeke almost winces. Let's see. Did anybody besides Baxter fail?
I used a fate point on that.
To
by
add
the
plus
way.
2?
Yep.
Okay. Everyone feels hissing, pressing against your ears. It feels like pressure. It feels like you're standing too close to an amplifier that's just emitting static. But you're doing okay for now. Zeke's eyes close and he shudders.
I have wondered when we would meet again. Hello, sweet children.
Oh, it's a shithead again.
Is this is Greed, and Orin hasn't met Greed before, right?
He has not.
This one's new.
Who's speaking?
I am all for me. And I'm
Deal keeps getting worse all the time.
intrigued by you. I see the brand of my brother. And I see one forsaken by the breeders. Everyone has a moment.
I'm not saying shit.
Kira's diving into the RV.
Chance is trying to open the bathroom door, like, come on, Kings, it's time to go. We gotta get out of here.
Kira has dived into the RV and she is doing the bug out bag grab.
Jean,
Yes.
what are you doing?
So Gene's kind of still in the driver's seat, frozen for a moment, thinking. I'm gonna hotwire it again. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to hotwire this fan.
All right, hold that for your action. We'll kick back into the turn order in a moment.
Yeah.
I've
just elected to say nothing. Is like, I think this time silence is a better choice.
Is Baxter still fighting Dexter?
Yes.
You're going all Sons of
Dexter
Liberty.
has been trying to punch you. He has not succeeded thus far.
Oh, I figured.
Okay, let me see. Off. Okay, so everyone has a moment to react. Does anybody else say anything?
I'm being a good noodle for now.
For now.
Orin's gonna look at Zeke and try to get up to his feet. Because he didn't give the name. No, he did give name. All for me.
You just, I am all for me.
You know, I've heard about you a little bit. What's your deal?
What do you think?
Orin's just grinning a little bit.
Both of you have things that I want. Things that would benefit me. And I have things that would benefit you.
Zeke needs
Unless-
to roll a will save real quick.
Oh
Okay. He clenches his jaw. What do you want?
To be honest, you.
Back to the top of the turn order.
No.
Zeke turns his eyes to Kira.
Oh
Again.
no.
He wants to attack you. A lot. Like, real bad. And you can see it on his face. However, he's fighting with himself in his mind. The voice has demanded that you be returned alive, but they also lied to him. And so, rather than attacking you, he glances upwards and says instead, "So you want me, huh? And I guess this idiot." He points at Orin. What do I
Orin.
get if I do? What does Orin do?
Orin rolls his eyes. You know what they're gonna want to offer you. Make your price good.
You know what I want then?
Yes, I do. All you must do is make the sacrifice. Let me in, and I will ensure you get what you want.
Oh no. No.
Oh, fuck me.
Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
I think we need to change that to everything is not fine.
My God.
Everything is not fine. I repeat, everything is not fine.
Zeke does not attack. A small handful of orange-eyed hosts step into the light cast by the RV. But they're at a safe distance. One of them has yellow eyes.
Wait, does Chance see the yellow eyes?
Chance, roll me a notice.
Okay.
Is it Mordecai again?
It
Roll
has
me
to
a-
be.
Roll me a notice.
Okay.
If you're looking too.
Yeah.
It's a 3 for Chance.
Kira, you don't notice the eyes. You do notice the man. You vaguely remember him from the moon. Chance, you know who that is. You know immediately who that is.
Mordecai. No. We gotta get out of here.
Is that the person we were doing the dance off with?
Yes! He's the only host for Green. We need to get out of here. Kids, get out of there!
Adam finally unlocks the door and peeks out to make sure that it is you. What's going on?
Nothing good. We need to get out of here. We need to go now. Come on.
Tira has
Okay,
the bug
okay.
out bag with the book.
Adam will pull a coat on, zip Izzy up into a coat, and then like lift Izzy up onto her back. And then nod and follow you out.
Chance is gonna guide him out first, but he's gonna stop at the deck. He's gonna take the last 2 cards that he made, and he's gonna run.
Okay. Zeke looks at Orin. I hate you.
Really?
I mean, you knew that already.
Not a surprise.
But
I think I bring out the best in you.
Zeke kind of works his jaw.
Incredible.
That is. Hold on, I gotta shut my door because it's really hard to do this tense scene when I have squeaky toys going off in the background.
It adds to it.
Whoops. I didn't mean to slam the door. Okay. He looks to Mordecai, looks back to Orin. I hate you, but unfortunately, you aren't incorrect. And if you hadn't fucked everything up and run us in a circle for a month,
You deserved it.
fuck you. This opportunity may not have presented itself.
So what you're saying is you owe me.
Fuck off.
Now, this was a deal extended to both of us. Funny thing is you need more than just one to get in, don't you? Because you know what would happen if you're only with one.
To a degree. I need several hosts inside. However, I do need a foothold. I can feel the ambition on you. And my brothers stink. So what do you want?
Everything you ever have.
I like you. We will see. Have we a deal then?
Yes.
Zeke doesn't answer immediately. He looks genuinely torn. But then he remembers all of the shit he's put up with. Training new stalkers, basically sacrificing everything for the voice, and being lied to by them.
Poor Zeke.
He
Sucks to suck.
He turns to Mordecai and says, "You have a deal."
Oh shit.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Well,
Mordecai smiles and extends a hand, and Zeke shakes it, before Mordecai then extends a hand to Orin.
Orin shakes it.
Let us prepare.
Zeke pauses a moment. I need to say goodbye to one person first. Well, two people. And Zeke uses his turn as a move action to return to the van. Everyone roll me a random.
Is it per character or just? Oh God, Gene.
Let's
That's
go!
unfucking
Gene!
fortunate.
Oh no!
It is per character.
Okay.
Oh no.
I'm assuming I'm not handling Benji still.
No, I will roll for Benji.
Are you rolling for Dexter as well?
Yes, I am. This is
Okay.
Benji. This is Dexter. This is Nicole. And this is Zeke. Okay. So, Zeke approaches the van, and that is his turn. Nicole, standing in front of the van, tilts her head. What's going on? I'm leaving. What do you mean you're leaving? I was given an offer. I need you to continue the mission. Take them. Well, most of them. Nicole sees Jean in the van.
No, no.
Because you're not subtle, Jean.
No, absolutely not.
And because all the windows in the van are down, she takes a shot at Jean again.
Oh.
Roll your athletics, Jean.
You got it.
Whew.
Gene takes the
Again.
seat lever, rolls it back till he's fully on his back, just to dodge the shot as it whizzes through the window. Gonna have to try again. Don't mind me as I try to take your car. I try to hotwire the van again.
Jean, I swear to God. So, Nicole takes the shot at Jean. It very narrowly misses as Jean flings the seat back to lay down. And then Nicole uses Ninja Vanish and disappears. Kaede, it is your turn.
So where am I? And
Can't get the fuck out of the car.
You are kind of near Julie, who is laying on the ground. Baxter and Dexter are still nearby you. Dexter's still trying to punch Baxter and is failing miserably. You hear the clanking of, or the clack clack of Jean flinging the seat to lay down. And then you'd heard Nicole take the shot. You heard her disappear. And now you are kind of alone in this clearing, not knowing where she is, but knowing she's got a gun.
She's got a gun!
Um. Okay. So I can't see Nicole. She's disappeared, right?
She has invoked Ninja Vanish. She cannot be found at
Okay.
this moment until she makes a move.
And all for me is just kind of here. He hasn't really done anything.
You can hear him talking to Zeke.
Doing his evil monologue.
Can I hear the conversation that they're having?
You can hear all for me's side of that conversation. Zeke's a little far away. But it
Okay.
sounds like he offered Zeke a deal, and he sounds pleased. So you can probably make an inference that something may have been struck.
Okay, so that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit.
We need to get the fuck out of here. Okay, I'm gonna. Who's Gene fighting with, or is Baxter fighting with somebody?
But Baxter's
Baxter
fighting.
is fighting his brother.
Okay. I'm gonna walk over to where Baxter and Dexter are, and I'm just gonna knock Dexter the fuck out. We need to get the fuck out of here. And he's being a bitch, and he needs to go down. So I'm going to punch Baxter or Dexter in the face.
Wrong stir.
And try to deal with that, so we can get the fuck out of here. Because I don't know what else to fucking do.
Okay. So you're gonna go at Dexter?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. Dexter's gonna roll a notice to see if he even sees you coming, because he's pretty focused on Baxter.
I mean,
Are you sneaking at all?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll stealth for me. And then roll your fight.
My fight a 3 or a 4? My fight is a 4.
Your fight is a 4, and you've got +1 from your TID bonus.
Oh, so do you
So
want me
that's
to
a-
reroll that?
Yeah, go ahead and reroll.
Alright. So it'd be a 5.
Yeah, you're at a 5. Okay. It didn't matter. He's gonna try to sense you. Okay, he does see you coming. Barely.
Oh.
But he is gonna try to block. With fight. He barely blocks. But now he has his back to Baxter. Let's see, who is next? That was Kaede. Julie is still on the ground. She is out. Dexter is going to roll to see which one of you he attacks. Kaede, 1 or 2?
1.
Okay, he's gonna take a swing at you.
Okay. Of course he is. What's my physique? Okay, well I'm just gonna block with fight. God damn it! So that's a shift of what?
That's a shift
4?
of 4.
Okay, I've got to take it as a consequence.
So, to further clarify, if you cannot add a +2 on a fight roll, you can burn fate to re-roll altogether, but you can't.
I
+2.
don't have.
Or you have
I don't
fate?
have any fate. Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm.
That's a shift
I'm
of 4.
fucked.
So
Okay.
he punches you, and you feel a rib crack.
Okay.
Baxter, you're up.
Baxter is going to take another swing at his brother.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Come on, Baxter.
What?
He blocks you. However, he's gonna roll another will save. He staggers for a moment and says, "Stop me." And that is his turn. Gene, what are you doing in there?
So seeing how me rewiring this van has gone so poorly so far, I'm going to yank out all of its like internal wiring and then abandon ship.
Okay. I guess go ahead and roll me a physique. But also roll me a notice.
Okay. So +2 for physique first,
Mm-hmm.
and then notice.
Okay. So you're able to pull out some of the wiring. You're really only pulling shit out of the dashboard.
Yeah, pretty much.
You have destroyed the radio. And you're fucking up a lot of the controls. So that is what Jean is doing. Orin.
Enjoy your silent car ride, fuckers.
It's gonna be really boring.
It's gonna be really, really tense.
Hold on. I need about like 5 minutes.
Okay. We will come back to Orin then.
Please.
Chance, what you doing, buddy?
Scootling the scoot out of everyone to get out of here. Abandon ship.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an athletics for me.
Okay. I kind of messed that up, so that's technically supposed to be a 5, but the apostrophe did not play the 2.
Go ahead and re-roll for me. Or yeah, actually, never mind. Yeah, okay, I'll let you keep the first one.
Okay.
Okay, you have a 5.
Okay.
So you are able to get away with Adam and Izzy. Izzy is on Adam's back. And you guys are moving away. Chance, roll me a notice.
Okie dokie. Fuck. Can I burn a fate point to re-roll that?
Yes, you can.
Better.
Okay. You kind of hear the sounds of a car in the distance. You're not sure what it is yet. That is Chance. Kira, we will come back to. Benji is on his knees. And he hasn't moved. And that is the bottom of the turn order.
I should be able to go real fast.
Okay.
Orin is really annoyed that Chance is still on his feet.
God.
Yeah, but he was upright. He
Mhm.
shouldn't have been upright. He's really annoyed about that.
Orin.
I don't think there's anything else that he can do right now, really. He doesn't. He's gonna try to see if he can find Nicole. He does like Nicole, so
Okay.
Nicole should know.
So he will head over to the van?
Yes,
Okay.
but he's going to go sneaky and see if he can find Nicole.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a notice for me.
Okay.
Okay. You know that she is near the vehicle, the van. You don't know exactly where she is. You can tell she's probably stealthed.
He's going to get up and wait because usually I think Nicole tends to be able to find him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to see if she'll repeat the same.
Okay. And we go back to Kira. Kira, what are you doing?
Kira is ransacking the RV for everything that she can shove into the bug out bag that they might need. Food, anything that she can grab of quick supplies that Orin was trying to pilfer through, and everything, like she's checking every place she can try to look for something right now, because if they're going to have to abandon it, well, that's a problem.
Right. Okay, that is Kira. Benji stays on his knees. As the drugs in his system start wearing off. Back at the top, Zeke calls out again. This was fun, but it's time to go. We'll see each other again soon. Stick to the mission. He turns to leave and pauses. You know what? He kneels down beside Julie. I was tempted to slit your throat. I know you can't hear me, but I'm going to say it anyway. This'll be more fitting for you. Enjoy losing what last little pieces of your mind remain. Because she's going to have some fun with you. And he stands up, and he walks away. Nicole does find Orin. Are you looking for me?
I was.
Are you leaving me too?
You knew I wasn't in it for them.
I know. Am I gonna see you again?
Of course.
Okay.
Because if I get what I want, it'll be fun for everybody.
I guess.
So, besides, I
House.
want to see the look on their face when they realize their poster boy leaves them.
I mean, I guess. Well, have fun. Keep in touch, or I'll be mad at you.
Of course, I'll keep in touch. I would never leave you behind.
With that, she hugs Orin, walks to the van, and points the gun at Jean's head.
Oh no.
I'm going to give you 2 options. You can get the fuck out of my van and live, or you can stay there and die. What do you choose?
Well, the second option sounds interesting, but I have places to be, so I will make myself scarce as he goes to leave.
He pats Jean on the head. Good boy. She throws Julie into the backseat. Unceremoniously.
Kaide. Wait. Please don't take her.
Sorry, have to.
She's no good to you. Come on, please.
What are you gonna do with her? She'll just stab you again.
Kaide flinches.
Trust me, this is better for everyone. I'll make it all better.
I can... No, please. Just let me deal with her. She looks around. Just let me deal with her.
Dexter, get in the car. Dexter lurches and obeys and climbs into the car. Sorry, I can't. She's fucked up a lot, and now she has to be punished. But don't worry, you'll see her again.
Can I try to shoot her?
You can try. Roll a shoot.
Oh, god damn it.
She narrowly avoids it. She wasn't expecting it. That
Good.
was rude, first of all. Second of all, no. You'll see her again. Trust me. She gets into the van, locks the doors, rolls the windows up, and you see her face kind of fall as she realizes that Jean ripped the radio out, and she puts it in reverse.
I don't. What's my fucking will?
Jean
What's my
waits
fucking
until
will?
they're a decent distance away before waving happily.
Kaide is not okay.
I mean, at least they're not picking up Penchy.
Not for now.
Oh.
Well, I mean, she'd have to drive through you guys to do it, and she has orders.
Isn't she gonna get in trouble because she lost 2 people?
Probably. She doesn't care.
Fair enough.
You'd be like that.
So
You'd be like that.
they drive away. And Zeke walks back over to the other hosts. Let's go. Another car pulls up. And turn order breaks as the conflict has ended.
Kaide collapses. She's in tears. Like, yeah, she's not doing good.
Hands his hunch as he's trying to make his way over.
Kira's heading for Benji.
Jean goes over to squeeze Kaide's shoulders.
Kira, roll me unnotice.
Okay.
Okay. You spot out of the corner of your eye as you're getting ready to leave the RV, the cancelers on the bed that Benji was sleeping in.
She grabs the cancelers, and if he's still kneeling, she's going to head and put them on him.
Okay. You do that. And you watch as Zeke walks back up to Mordecai, shoves his hands in his pockets, and says, "Let's go." Mordecai smiles and turns to walk with Zeke and Orin into the woods, and they disappear.
And drops down from the trees to hit there and then walk with them.
The clearing returns to silence. The car that drove up, a man steps out. Chance, you recognize Charlie.
Charlie!
Holy shit, we found you. He runs
Holy
over.
shit, you're okay. Oh. Oh god, I feel like shit.
A couple of other hosts step out and they rush over to you guys.
Where's Mark and Sandra? Are they okay?
Back in town, Sandra's not in good shape.
Yeah, no kidding.
He got her in the throat, but he missed the jugular.
2 people from Red Acre made a deal with Mordecai.
Bitch. You kids okay?
We're alive. Barely.
No, okay is a good answer.
Kaide says nothing.
Charlie rubs his face. Charlie kind of rubs his face and hugs Chance. We thought you kids were fucked.
Oh, we were.
Wait, who's hugging Chance?
Charlie is.
He's just given the tightest hold he can, but like he just winces like ow, 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 ow,
Oh,
ribs,
sorry, kid.
ow. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Holy fuck.
Um,
I hate being in bar fights. Oh.
An older woman goes over to Jean and Kaede and kneels down beside them. Are either of you hurt?
A little. A few bumps and bruises. I kind of did pass out from getting choked out, so that was fun.
Kaide is inconsolable. Her leg is she's not able to walk at all.
The woman sees Kaede as in a state. Lays a very gentle hand on her back. Breathe for me, young one. You'll be okay. You can call me Martha. Let's get you
Oh,
back.
she kind of reminds me of Kai's grandma.
Let's get you back. And she will carefully pick Kaede up and walk back towards the RV with her. Come with
I
me.
love her.
A younger guy that you guys recognize steps out of the car. It's Dustin.
What?
Who?
Dustin.
Dustin, as in the guy from that.
The kid who
From-
let you guys borrow
Oh, the
his
truck, yeah.
dad's
That was
truck.
Team
yes.
One.
Yeah.
It was Team
Hey.
1, but some of you met him on the way out.
Yeah,
Holy shit, you guys are okay.
some more than others.
I see that. I kind of took what you guys said to heart, and I'm headed out with the pit boss. Charlie nods. Yeah.
Yeah. Good for you, kid. Good for how? Oh,
I
good for
hear
you.
I hear you got some car trouble.
Yeah.
There's a hole in the fuel tank, but I managed to pull off the the tracker that at least was in there. So the tracker's gone. But I need some welding to be able to get the fuel tank fixed.
Charlie goes back to the car, pulls out a toolkit and tosses it to Dustin, who heads over to the RV. As this goes on, the El Camino pulls up.
Can I have Lincoln pop out?
Those of you who are here who are in Team 1, you are welcome to join the scene for the last 10 minutes, and then we will roll credits.
Lincoln is gonna put the Camino in park, and he's gonna pull out. He's gonna look around. Oh my god. Who's the closest to Lincoln right now?
Did you pull up next to Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. Probably Charlie and Chance.
Okay. Lincoln's gonna move over to them. Is like, what happened? Is everything okay?
Charlie shakes his head.
I was just gonna look around.
We tried to get here as fast as we could, but the infection caught us.
Not only that, the runner too.
I want
Hey, I
updated
like the
notes.
runner.
I want updated notes when we have a chance to sit down. Infection and Greed are working together. I mean, we knew that, but like,
Yes.
oh no, that was
We know
probably
that-
why you got.
We
Here,
know the
here.
infection's
Yeah,
name.
yeah. That's fine. Don't talk it out loud. That's really,
No,
really
we-
bad.
We
I
didn't.
I
We didn't want to hear it.
I understand. Anything related to that one's not a good thing.
Kira, do you
Hey,
have
Kira,
compendium?
quick question.
Yes. She holds up her bag that she is clutching. I went back for it.
Lincoln nodded as he took the compendium and hurriedly put it back into the Camino, and then just okay. Start from the beginning. What happened?
That's a
Okay, if we're going to go really back to the beginning, it's going to take a really long time. So how about I give you the abbreviated version right now? Sound good?
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, so the abbreviated version of everything that's really, really bad is Zeke and friends came out from Red Acre and they were here. Zeke realized that the others aren't with us and made a deal with Greed.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Fun.
And also the other really scary one that was choking out Chance made a deal with him too.
Zeke.
wait, there was another one?
Zeke.
Yeah. No, Zeke and then the other one.
Besides,
What other one?
Who's the other one?
Some kid, Hunter kid maybe? I don't know. It's not someone I
Fuck.
recognized.
You said it was a hunter kid?
I mean, the stink of his brother by contextual clues means it has to be a hunter kid because
Fuck.
Reed is a split, so they'd be
Oh,
brothers.
No. Oh, no. That's not good. That's. Oh, we're fucked.
We can breathe.
If he gets into Red Acre,
And Zeke took a deal with him and left surround sound.
and if the breeders don't know that, he can walk in and just get in whoever he wants to.
So That's the abbreviated version. I made an improvised tire spike. And we need more first aid kits. Chance got really, really, really ducked up.
I got one more in the Camino.
Dexter just stares at Kira for saying that.
I'm not gonna say bad words.
I got a crossbow,
Twitches.
and Aurelia's deaf. Say hi, Aurelia. She can't hear me.
Why is Aurelia deaf? What happened?
Picked up a cipher.
Yeah, new
Oh,
curse.
so we need. Okay, so if it's a curse, then we just need. Okay, I'll try to work with Aurelia then.
The infection got into her head the worst.
Okay, so that's okay. We can still work this out. Okay, we just need to think about this, and we've got to. We can do this. Lincoln, I'm gonna probably want to borrow that book back from you when you've got a chance.
What happened to the RV?
It had a leak in the fuel tank. What do you think that meant? Also, I pulled off the tracker.
Hey, we weren't here for that.
I explained it in the short notes.
Wait, it had a leak since we got it?
No, they had a. He's gonna go back and grab the companion again and offer it back. It's like it's not done, but if there's something else there, he can ask me, and I could probably think about it.
That's okay. I want a chance to look through this because potentially there might be something that we'll be able to glean from this to be able to help Aurelia and all of you guys who heard Infection's name. So
that page is not done yet. I can't
I
write it
don't
down.
want you to write the page down. We can glean from observation on everything else around it, okay?
Charlie interjects by clearing his throat. Kids.
Yeah?
The storm is here. We don't have time. Dustin's working on your gas tank. We're gonna have you follow us. We need to get to a safe spot and wait the storm out.
And then we can ask the gambler about his ritual to cleanse us. He mentioned that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay.
Charlie goes to siphon some of the gas out of his car and fills up the RV as Dustin finishes patching up the gas tank. You're all able to load up.
Sorry. Kira's gonna head over to Aurelia and flip to a free page and just basically write, we're gonna work on the curse. She's gonna basically go, she's gonna write, we're gonna work on getting that curse off for you. Just so that Aurelia knows.
Aurelia would just be like, well, I first probably need a goddamn bathroom break.
Thumbs up.
Yup. So you guys load up into the RV and the Camino. Charlie leads the way out of the woods down the road, and they lead you towards a small hunting lodge. Everyone parks, and you are taken inside, where there are bunks and a warm fire, and the storm rolls in. And that is where we drop the curtain.
Oh.
Do I get my call with Ambria?
You do get your call to Ambria, yes.
Whew. Kaede would have waited until she was in the cabin and she had a minute to catch her breath, and then she would call Ambria.
Okay. We can do that conversation on the side.
Okay.
Can Wraith use his Light of Rebellion here?
Yes, you can.
Don't forget to tell Ambria we're doomed.
The background chatter is Gene and Baxter yelling at each other.
Yeah, we'll do it in a mini session.
Oh,
we have gone quite late.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
You guys are each awarded a Light of Rebellion. Nice. You have refreshed your fate points. Your physical stress boxes have been recovered, and it will take some time for those of you who took consequences to resolve those.
When are you going to level up?
You will level up at the end of this arc.
Okay.
It's not over till the fat lady sings.
Okay. And that is where we stop. Congratulations, you lived.
Somehow.
That also means we can do RP in text.
You sure can.
Yes.
And mini sessions. Things can happen again.
Yay!
Oh my god.
Okay. To give everyone a heads up, there will be about a 2 to 3 week gap in time between this session and the next in world. So this will give you time to recover, to go and forage for supplies, to send Lights of Rebellion, and to otherwise figure out what to do. You know that Lay on Hands is to the west at a place called Sunset, and she's been trying to reach you but has been unable to do so. Something is interfering with her ability to communicate with you. You know that she is on her way, and that one of her hosts is nearby, but Taste the Wind has absconded with her and hidden her away again.
Okay.
All right. Cool. And we're done.
Hooray!
Everyone go ahead and say goodbye to Twitch.
Goodbye,
Bye.
Twitch.
Bye! Have a beautiful time!
You're all nerds.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We super appreciate it. We hope everybody had fun. That was episode 2 of the arc Circle of the Dead. We will see you guys in 2 weeks. Thank you and good night.